Gentlemen, the Oakland Barbershop Harmony Chorus, please join me on stage. Everybody, please.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red flag bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
That doesn't bring tears to your eyes. I'm not quite sure what that is. In the early morning hours of September 11, 2001, Americans across the country were physically getting ready for work, preparing to send their children off to school, and going through their morning routines. Though tensions had been escalating with the Taliban and Al-Qaeda, no one could have predicted the events that would occur throughout the morning on that fateful day. At 8:46 a.m., American Airlines Flight 11, traveling from Boston to Los Angeles, hit the North Tower of the World Trade Center in New York City. Just a few minutes later, at 9:03 a.m., United Airlines Flight 175, traveling from Boston to Los Angeles, hit the South Tower of the World Trade Center. Then, just 34 minutes later, American Airlines Flight 77, traveling from Dulles to Los Angeles, hit the Pentagon building in Washington. And finally, at 10:03 a.m., United Airlines Flight 93, traveling from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco, crashed in a field near Shanksville, Pennsylvania. In total, 2,996 people were killed in the 9/11 attacks, including the 19 terrorist hijackers aboard the 4 airplanes. 2,763 died after the 2 planes slammed into the Twin Towers, including 343 firefighters and paramedics, 23 New York City police officers, and 37 Port Authority police officers gave their lives working to evacuate those trapped in the rubble-laden buildings. At the Pentagon, 189 people were killed, including the 64 souls on board American Airlines Flight 93, and 44 people died in the plane crash at Jamestown. These are the names of each person who died on that day. These are the names. We also have the names of each individual who passed away posted on the back of the room. I would ask that you take a moment at some point throughout the day and reflect on the terrible tragedy that happened 20 years ago. I would now like to introduce local fire chief for the Rock Creek Volunteer Fire in Floyd, vice president of the Colorado State Fire Chiefs and volunteer section board member of the International Association of Fire Chiefs, Greta Thorne, to give some remarks.
Good morning. Rock Creek Fire is the volunteer fire department nestled between Steamboat Springs and Vienna, Colorado. We cover about 244 square miles and respond to full-time 306 full-time residents and also about a couple of thousand on the weekends to visit our community. We run about 100 calls a year and we don't have cell service. We don't have cell service. As an emergency responder, we care for our senior citizens in our community for whatever they need, whether it be their smoke detectors needing replaced, or even a handrail in their bathtub. We respond regularly to non-emergency calls. Someone asking us to swing by their house, check their blood pressure, do their vital signs, and it's just so they don't have to drive to the doctor's office over an hour away and we can call in the results. One early morning, phone rang, way before dawn. Hello, are you hands up? It was one of our most senior citizens. They were calling our number instead of 911, saying that their loved one has died. And they needed our help. Absolutely. Okay, right now. I get on the radio and I call for the rest of the crew to head over there. We head over with no sirens, just lights. We don't want to wake up or something. Quiet, sleeping community. As soon as we get to the house, we find the whole family is awake and in tears. Grandmother has died. The ambulance and paramedics are heading out from I-70 and we call for the coroner to join us as well. After we assist the coroner, our call doesn't end. We start planning to take care of our community, and take care of the family. We ask for some help. We call the neighbor to prepare a spot in the cemetery, coordinate potluck food, making sure there's enough food for the funeral. And then on the day of the funeral, we help set up the community center and also while they were park. Then it comes to the call to the we also respond to many motor vehicle accidents, especially when the I-70 was closed down in the canyon. We were detour, and all I can say about it was it's fun. We also go to hazardous material calls, and actually we can go to medical calls on the California Zephyr that wants to work community twice a day. And we also go to structure fires. We have to haul our own water because there's no hydrants. We go to the wildland fires and even occasional overdose and no music festival. One more call, just happened this week. Monday night, in the middle of the night, one of our most trusted volunteers for us happened to have his window open and he heard some cries of help in the Colorado River. Someone was stranded in the middle of the river and fell out of their raft. So he gets in front of neighbors, they get their lights, they go over to the side of the river, and they coax them in. And managed to rescue them safely to shore. It was wet, cold, scared. The neighbors were there with dry clothes, a blanket, and regular, a cup of hot chocolate. I love my community. Take care of everybody. Why do I tell you these stories? Because on that tragic day, September 11th, 20 years ago, our community realized we didn't have a fire department. That waiting for emergency response, or to the north or to the south, is 50 minutes plus. Either way, it doesn't make a cut. It's because of the strength and the willingness that we saw 343 firefighters that answered the call, the ultimate call. We ran into a building to save thousands of people. No one came out. Their example of courage, stiffened our backs, gave us the fortitude to stand up, build a fire department, train endless hours, and respond to our community and know our visitors passing through. 24/7, 365. We will never forget the resilience that was heard all the way from our little community in Colorado. Still strong 20 years later. We will never forget. Thank you.
Thank you, Greta. I think we all have a strong gratitude for the law enforcement, firefighters, the hospital workers, the public servants, everybody who does so much to keep us safe. And on a day like today, that we're reflecting on the 20th commemoration of this tragic event, we also should take time to thank those people who do those services in our community. To remind us of the tragic events on that day, we have a brief video to share with you. Sorry about that. Obviously. Brittany, you can keep playing it. On September 11th, 2001, our way of life came under attack. And across this country, people were filled with disbelief, terrible sadness, and an unyielding anger. In the words of President George W. Bush, great people have been moved to defend a great nation. And though we were attacked, terrorists cannot touch the foundation of America, because we are the greatest beacon of freedom and opportunity in the world. The resiliency of our country came because we stood together. We put down our swords against one another, and we joined as one United States to rebuild and remember. We must never forget the men and women who lost their lives on that horrific day, or those who have died fighting for our freedom since. This is the reason we must come together, to overcome the political divide and unite as one. One region, one state, one country. Each of you were given a Ziploc bag of gems when you registered this morning. You could please take those out. In total, there are 2,977 gems in this room with us. And each of these gems represents one life that was lost 20 years ago today. As the Booklet Brothers Shop Harmony Chorus rejoins us on stage, please come forward with your bag and empty your bag in one of these three cases, and then return to your seats. We'll take a moment to remember that day.
God shed his grace on me, and crown thy good brother, from sea to shining sea. Let freedom ring, awakening the light in every America, standing tall with one and all, our hearts united in the stirring strength. Oh, say, can you see the flag still waves in majesty? And we're together for the good and building brotherhood. Give us mercy, let freedom ring. Oh, beautiful for space and sky forever, waves of grace. For purple mountain pass, above the fruited plain. America, God shed his grace on me, and crowned my good with brothers, from sea to shining sea.
So the patriotism starts at your hometown. McCoy, Colorado, I lived there for 2.5 years. I never went back. This is about Grand Up.
Out west of Colorado Rockies, there lies a valley lush and green, surrounded on 3 sides by mountains, and through it runs 2 gentle streams. And in this valley there's a city vibrant and alive with orchards, farms, and vineyards, It is Grand Junction where folks ride, my hometown. I traveled far and wide to find my destiny. I looked at towns and cities large and small. When I compare with what I left behind me, it seems there's nothing out there for me at all. When I return to where it's started, I know folks there won't let me down. It is the city of my birthplace. It is Grand Junction, my hometown. Yes, it's Grand Junction, my hometown. Yes, it's Grand Junction, my hometown.
Our second national anthem for tonight.
While the storm clouds gather far across the sea, let us swear allegiance to a land that's free. Let us all be grateful for a land so fair, as we raise our voices in a song of prayer. Bless America, stand beside her, guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the ocean, white with fall. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home. My home, my home. God bless America. Let my love stand beside her, guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the ocean, white and long. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home. America, my home.
Like the reading of the blessing.
May the road rise to meet you. May the wind be always at your back. May the sun shine on your face. May the rain fall on your feet. And until we meet again, may He hold you in His you. In the home of His holy name.
Great, that was, right? Again, this is the Booklet Barber Shop Harmony Chorus.
Well, that's the big group. We're
That's the big group.
called Canyon Grant.
And they are available for
That's a four-man chorus.
Before I introduce our first speaker, I do want to take a moment to thank all of our sponsors who made this event today so special for us. They're up on your screen. They have a little blue sponsor ribbon on their name tag. If you do see one of them walking about today, please take a moment and thank them for their generosity in supporting Club 20. Another thing I just want to cover before I introduce the first speaker is that you received 2 raffle tickets when you walked in this morning. If you're wondering what those are for, we're doing something new that Brittany came up with called a silent raffle. And we have a variety of gifts out on the table out there. You just need to rip one ticket off, place it in the bowl that you'd like to try to win. And I will be drawing gifts throughout the day today, all the way up through the end. So please stay with us all day. You must be present to win. And hopefully you walk away with some fun Club 20 swag. So without further ado, I am so excited to introduce to you our first speaker. As the state's Chief Legal Officer, Attorney General Weiser is committed to protecting the people of Colorado and building an innovative and collaborative organization that will address the range of statewide challenges, from addressing the opioid epidemic to reforming our criminal justice system to protecting our land, air, and water. Weiser served as Deputy Assistant Attorney General in the U.S. Department of Justice and as Senior Advisor for Technology and Innovation in the Obama Administration's National Economic Council. He served on President Obama's transition team overseeing the Federal Trade Commission and previously served in President Bill Clinton's Department of Justice as Senior Counsel to Assistant Attorney General in charge of the Antitrust Division, advising on telecommunication matters. So this person is somebody who I personally consider a friend. This is somebody who is no stranger to Club 20. And we couldn't be more excited today to have, as our first presenter, Colorado's Attorney General, Bill Weiser.
Give Christian a round of applause to organize this great conference. As we start off thinking about 9/11, what I reflect on is how the United States of America came together in the face of a truly existential challenge, one that we hadn't thought we would ever see. We are continuing to face challenges and continuing to come together, and that's the spirit that we feel a lot about here in Colorado, where collaboration is core to who we are. So let me walk through a few of the things we're doing and mostly have a conversation. I want to start thinking about trauma. 9/11 was a very traumatic event. It was less straining on people's mental health because we experienced it together and we're in it together. But a lot of the trauma that's experienced in silence or in shame erodes people's mental health. I was visiting yesterday with the elected officials here in Mason County. And the coroner said he was with a family who lost a 13-year-old son. There weren't any resources for the family who's dealing with what is an unthinkable tragedy for those of us who have those who have had it, a life-altering event. We need to address mental health, because the number one cause of death for people 12 to 24 years old is suicide, which means destigmatizing conversations around mental illness. It means supporting people, encouraging people to step out of silence. We run a program called Save to Tell, which was set up after Columbine, also 20 years ago, and it was set up with an eye to finding threats that were thought to be attacks on a school. The number one threat to student safety that we hear about is the threat of suicide. We've got to develop better and more effective responses. That's why after United Healthcare won this litigation, it was litigation started with Rocky Mountain Health Plans. And when United Healthcare purchased Rocky Mountain Health Plans, they said if they won this litigation, they would quote unquote consider what to do with the money. Well, I said to them, I expect you to do the right thing. And they said, we're going to give money back to the Rocky Mountain Health Foundation, which now has $93 million. But I said I want something else to do. I want $5 million dedicated to you, mental health. Because right now during the pandemic, it is in a crisis situation. And that's what they did. And that's what we're doing, working on this program, supporting a range of targeted efforts, including Sources of Strength, active here at Grand Junction, including outdoor education programs for young people who are struggling, including Boys and Girls Clubs, to support people, young people, so that we don't lose more. Opioids is a crisis. When I've traveled across the state, I have heard parents' stories about losing their kids to overdose. When I was in Durango recently, someone came up to me with a letter. When I later talked to her husband, I said, how many kids do you have? He said 2. One was with him there, and the other was his son, who died of drug overdose. We need to take action, and we are in a moment now where we can do just that. Sue Hanson here yet? Sue here today? So Sue, Montrose County Commissioner, is not here right now. He came to one of these days at the Capitol like 2.5 years ago and said to me, Phil, what can we do about developing more drug treatment in Montrose? Because we don't have any inpatient drug treatment here, and our region is suffering. Now we got something we can do. $400 million coming back to Colorado because our office sued irresponsible actors like Purdue Pharma, who's at the core of what has become, as I mentioned, a crisis. McKinsey consulted with them, the Sackler family, Johnson & Johnson, distributors and others. $400 million, and we're still going. That money is going to be in a bottom-up framework along the lines of these regions here. We have about 16% of the drug treatment capacity that we need here in Colorado. A lot of what's happening is our criminal justice system is forced to carry the weight of this epidemic. Now, in Mercer County, 90% of the people in the county jail are struggling with opioid addiction. We've got to find a better way. We are going to do that. With me here is Heidi Williams, who's our director of opioid response, and she's met many of you. Your communities, as you can see, are going to be set up in a regional model. We need to make sure these regions work together effectively with true collaboration to serve their communities. The money we're getting from settlement is not enough money. There's other money coming from Rescue Act funds. So there's other sources of funds that we can tap into. Addressing behavioral health is a critical priority, and we are now a once-in-a-generation opportunity to do something about it. I know you're going to spend a lot of time today talking about water. Bob Rankin and I had an op-ed recently in the Grand Junction Sentinel talking about the need to invest in water infrastructure. But we all recognize with a changing climate, we are seeing impact on natural snowpack. Natural snowpack used to be our form of natural storage. We have to find ways to better store, better conserve, to reuse water, and to be more creative. Because the reality is you can't deficit finance water. You either have it or you don't. And we have to do this in a way that honors our whole state. We know what a bad approach to water looks like. It's what happened in Crowley County, Colorado, where 95% of the water rights were sold on gross, Colorado Springs. thereby eviscerating their agricultural economy. Over 40 years, the population there is half of what it was. It has struggled mightily with the opiate epidemic. Now top 10 deaths nationwide for COVID. We have to protect our communities, particularly agricultural communities, so we've got to be smart and steward water issues. I'm a big believer, as I said, in collaboration here in Colorado. We have the opportunity to work together. Let me just articulate a few principles that guide our work. First, we want to engage on the front end when there are issues of legislation coming up that looks like it was created to work in Denver, but doesn't work in Montrose, or it doesn't work in Uray, or it doesn't work in Alamosa. We want to know about it. And we've been mightily working to avoid state unfunded mandates, particularly in the criminal justice area, which is an area that we have a particular interest in. Because we know it's not fair to say, for example, give someone a hearing within 48 hours, so you got to operate a system on Saturdays you never did before. That shouldn't come out of strapped local government budgets. So that's something I know Senator Blanken and I and others have been very committed to. We also want to have conversations as policy initiatives go into practice. Because sometimes you design something like our opioid response program, but then as it's operating, you learn new things. That commitment to ongoing dialogue is crucial. That's part of the critical value played here in Club 20, whether it's water, public safety, opioids, or that. We also want to be able to provide resources for counties who need it. We run the Peace Officer Expansion Training Program. One area that is of crucial concern is recruiting law enforcement. We've been able to provide scholarships for rural jurisdictions and also provide resources to support them on training. And then I mentioned before the issues around unfunded mandates. I also think it's very important that all communities have a voice. When I went and visited the Northwest Council of Governments, one thing we heard about was the concern about wolves and people not being heard. So I wrote a letter to the Parks and Wildlife Commission asking for more of a voice and a seat at the table. Another critical area of our office that we have to be in this work together is consumer protection. We've seen a lot of efforts to fraud people, particularly older Coloradans, who might not be as sophisticated. And so training people on the front end, the program work on with AR people, Elder Watch, is critical. So people are more alert to emails or texts or robocalls that are all about scamming them, getting their valuable information. When companies engage in deceptive conduct, like CenturyLink did, telling people they give them a price lock guarantee, but then continue to raise the fees, we go after them and we get money back for people. That's something that we need, again, public engagement. If you're being deceptively charged or unfairly treated, we need to know about it. StopFraud.colorado.gov is where you can share that information. And then we've also worked hard on something called GAP. Fees where you buy a car and then you buy this policy that says if the car gets totaled and the money that you get back in insurance is less than the money you owe, you'll pay the gap. There's another rule that says once you paid off your car and there's no potential gap in coverage, you can't keep getting charged for insurance. Fortunately, some providers haven't followed that rule. We got people that money back from Wells Fargo and others. And what I want to end on in a spirit that I know we steward here in Colorado, here in Club 20, is about dialogue. I visited yesterday at the Colorado University campus, had a civic dialogue with President John Marshall, Steve Merkendrack, who's well-known leader here locally, and Attorney Jeff Hurd, about the importance of committing to a system of dialogue. When you think about the constitutional framework set up by our founders, in its very essence is the concept that we need to create space for dialogue between different branches of government, between the federal government and the state governments, between citizens. I worked with Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg at the U.S. Supreme Court when she was good friends with and in dialogue with Justice Antonin Scalia. That's an important relationship for us to reflect on. There's a great story that the law clerk said, Justice Leo, why are you sending Justice Ginsburg flowers on her birthday? She never votes with you. He said, some things are more important than votes. So we are not enemies, even when we are in different political parties. We're not enemies when we have disagreements. We can and we should listen hard to people who see things differently, whether it's on water, whether it's on public safety, mental health, what have you, because we did learn something. In fact, I find it much more interesting and illuminating to read people's columns, come from different perspectives than I do, because I am more apt to learn something. Unfortunately, due to social media and other forces, many people are only being fed views and even misinformation that reinforces what they already started thinking. And that is antithetical to dialogue, which is why we're developing this University Initiative. Constitution Day comes up this week, and are going to work on civic education and modeling what this looks like and how we live this value in Colorado. I appreciate your time. I've left a little bit for questions, and I think Kristen has got the mic to help us give people a chance. It's a great job.
I do. Ray and I will be coming around. We actually have about 22 minutes.
Great.
For you to be
Let's do it.
Attorney General. So please raise your hand and we'll find you with the microphone, give a question for the Attorney General. So much. I have one question. In our community. Can you talk about the right to rest? And a lot of our law enforcement feel like rest type areas deal with a population that is causing issues with our.
I give a little more context because I'm not sure it knows the issue. There have been some cases arguing under the First Amendment that individuals who are homeless have a constitutional right to rest. I don't know of any cases in Colorado that have made that ruling in a way that is a legal constraint on what local governments can do, which means local governments have to decide, not as a matter of legal requirements, but of policy judgment, how to approach the issue of homelessness. So we've got Councilman Wayne Williams here in Colorado Springs. I know that's something you have to think about. And in Denver, where I live, our city has tried a number of different solutions. The current policy that Denver, I believe, has now is there are a couple of parts of the city, parks or areas where they say if people want to rest or camp, they're allowed to do so there. But other places, Civic Center Park, most notably, they're not allowed to. And it's a legal matter, but Denver is doing. Again, my understanding, this is not an area that we have direct involvement. My understanding is they have the legal authority to do it. A hard question to your question is what's the policy decision? And local governments in Colorado are and need to make their own policy decisions on homelessness. What I will say more broadly about homelessness, it's not one problem. It's like 10 or 15 different problems because different people who are homeless have different reasons why they're homeless, which means different potential solutions. Let me mention two of them. I'm using your questions a little bit of a jumping off point here. One is the opioid epidemic. One major reason that people who are homeless do not go to shelters is they cannot bring their drugs with them. So if you're struggling with opioid addiction, you're going to be living on the street. You're not going to be living in a shelter because you're not allowed to bring your drugs there. Having 16% of the drug treatment we need means a lot of people who could be getting treatments aren't and can't. And so they stay, struggling with addiction, living on the street, often overdose. When I was in Colorado Springs with me, someone came to that meeting and said his wife, who had a master's degree, ended up homeless, addicted to heroin and overdose. So that's a part of the homelessness challenge that we need to take on. And it's going to take a lot of work to engage people and find the right sort of drug treatment. Here's another one. When people leave prison, having served their sentence, they have $100 often that they get or something like that. Then pretty quickly, they can homeless. If we can help people re-enter society with a job, with a place to live, It provides a very powerful return on investments. When people say government should be more like a business, what I say is, yes, we need to think about ranking business very well. What's the return on the investments? How do we make sure we're getting a good bang for our buck, if you will? Investing in more effective reentry means less likely to be homeless, less likely to commit more crimes, less likely to have more victims, less likely to have to pay for someone to be in prison again. When someone leaves with a job, with this lid, the likelihood they end up back in prison within 3 years, less than 10%. When somebody leaves without a job, without a place to live, 50% likely to go back in prison. So we got a lot of work to do on it. I'm sorry, if you keep going, but I'll stop there. Wasting my cue doesn't know.
Thank you. Kelly Hendrickson, and I just want to say thank you so much for coming out against the Pause initiative. And we would greatly appreciate as those conversations continue, that continued support. But
Tell me what I can do. I will tell you, this is hard, and I talk to lots of different groups where the first reaction is anger, upset, and frustration, which I understand. My second reaction I would encourage is try to ask, why is this happening? And my reason here, so many Coloradans have no idea where their food comes from. And we have to address that problem, and there's so much good that comes from people understanding the food ecosystem that they rely on. And so how do we do better to rebuild that understanding? I think it's going to be promising from a food entrepreneurship opportunity. We're seeing a lot of here in Western Colorado, promising people some talk about this farm to table idea. So, and then for kids, they should be learning about where people's food comes from, including getting involved in their own gardens or raising cattle. It's one of the great things about the state fair is we have kids who are raising animals and bring them to be sold. So we have to find a way to get that message out. So we got to be this. You have the right to be frustrated and angry, and then we got to figure out on this broader issue, what can we do about it? We're a state where we can do something about that. And this initiative is just based on ignorance about how agriculture works. Its consequences would be devastating, and we just can't let it pass.
thank you. And I just would follow up with that. I totally agree with learning where your food comes from. So we just have to remember and help people understand that we also have to raise food for the masses. And
Yes.
so just being able to do that for your neighbor doesn't keep it. So the traditional agriculture needs the support as well. So we need to find a way to help. Thank you so much. Question from Michael Murphy.
Well, thank you for being here, but more than that, thank you for coming to the least populated town in the Western Slope. Philippines and a half a state. We went through all the issues that we had in Phil County and actually got to know each other. And I really love to hear you talking about coming together, working out, finding solutions, which is wonderful. And your views on water, water's our lifeblood. The second lifeblood we have here on the Western Slope is our road. And we're really looking at this redistricting situation. And we're a little nervous about how things look right now, about cutting up our ability to be one and represent rural Colorado, which we all believe in. So we'd really like for you to ask you to really keep an eye on how the situation's coming down. If we get any help on that side, we'd be very appreciative. Also, truly love your idea about helping children with mental issues and with different scenarios. One of the things that when Bill and I were together, we were talking about the next generation. Who's going to be next within Colorado? How we're going to take it and keep what we have moving forward. I applaud you for that.
Let me say a few things. First, Michael, I was sure you're going to mention broadband, so let me go there. And That's an issue a lot of people here have worked on. It's really important. We're likely to see nationwide $60 billion to provide broadband infrastructure in areas that don't have it. That is an extraordinary opportunity for Colorado. One issue for Club 20, happy to work with you on this, is how do we surface where the needs are? And what we need is to make sure we have fiber loops. So the Thor project that was worked on here has made a big difference. I don't know if you've heard the story, but Glenwood Canyon was able to be open quicker because that was a redundant broadband project. When CDOT's fiber was, I'm not sure if it was cut or rendered useless, there was other broadband in the area that enabled them to have eyes on the canyon that helped them get it open quicker, which is a major lifeblood of our state's transportation infrastructure. The resilience value of broadband comes through again and again. Another one, of course, is during the pandemic. People who had broadband and didn't have to do the online schooling could actually do it. People without broadband lost their education. We're not going to make that up. So it is an imperative that we get fiber everywhere we can, and we get broadband to everyone in Colorado. And this $60 billion federal investment is an opportunity that we need to seize. Be called on me and others. The last time we had such an opportunity in 2009, Colorado did not get it out of the park to understate matters. This time we need to do that. We take groups like yours helping to surface the facts on the ground. Where do we need it? Where don't we have it? How do we develop approaches that provide broadband? And that's for visiting with you. It was such a pleasure. Really enjoyed it. My son was with me. It's great. You visit with people like Michael who are so rightly proud of what is happening in their counties. And is that right? Intel's got the lowest population. So we have to kind of tell the story. Alfred Packard was known there because he went to the woods, probably everyone knows the story, went in with 9 people, came back by himself. When he was tried, the judge said, we had 7 Democrats in Hinsdale County, he weighed 5 of them. I'm not sure if it's true, but it's so good. I wish it was true. It's a great story, and my son's a big fan of the courthouse there, where they've got the members.
Thank you, Bill, for being here. I agree with the outreach. Really appreciate the outreach that you've done for all the counties in Western Colorado. I really appreciate that. So I'm Merritt Lincoln, board chair of Flip. My question is kind of a follow-up with what Pally asked about the problem. I do appreciate your stance on that. But I don't know that you have an answer for this today. But from a big picture perspective, it seems like ag and rural America, rural Colorado is under attack all the time. It's not just crops, it's wolves. And who knows what's in it? It seems like it's people over here that have a very minimal chance to be negatively affected by someone. But yet, carry the votes that affects people over here that have a huge chance of being negatively affected by someone. Is there something constitutional, statutory, or legally that we can do to change that voting process or change something on the big picture that prevents that kind of thing from happening? That's my question.
It's a great question. I will keep thinking about it. My first answer, part of what we need is more of a norm. As we look at public policy issues, we see all of us as in this together. We care about everybody. And when a part of our state says, let me explain how this would impact us, people in the legislature, in statewide elected office, listen, reflect on it, and ask, okay, how can we address this issue in a way that's not going to leave you in the lurch? Because the feeling you're articulating is one I've heard a lot, and it scares me because we have an opportunity in Colorado to bridge the rural divide. And we were talking about this yesterday with some folks. When people in Denver think about Colorado, they don't think about downtown Denver. They think about the mountains. That's who we are. So we are, in a way, better situated than a lot of states to bridge this divide and to build connections. That's the approach I want to lead with. As for your question about legal, constitutional, other, I'll keep thinking about it. That's a hard one to try to solve for. Part of the problem is that the law can't do everything. A lot of it has to be leaders who are operating in a culture that has the, again, natural starting place of what do you think about this? What Roy Romer would say, and this is a very powerful teaching, is all truth is partial. Someone who's a rancher is going to see an issue differently, whether it's water, broadband, public safety, they're going to see it differently. And so making sure we're in dialogue with one another will help us develop better public policy.
Our next question. Is your
Good question. I don't know if I've captured this before and put it online. We should have put this on my Facebook Live or something, so it would have been.
That was the other one. So you talked about opioid addiction issue, how opioids turns to heroin. I have numerous friends that are raising grandchildren because of this. What are you doing in the state of Colorado to stop the heroin from Mexico and everywhere else? I-70 is a right corridor, the right over the north to I-80 and go across the country. What are you guys doing to stop this? It's out of control. It's out of
Thank you. So 3 separate topics we're visiting about on this opioid epidemic. One is the supply side, which you mentioned. And you said it well. 70+% is on that slide of people start with the pills and heroin's cheaper. Right now, by the way, I'm sorry to make the story even more painful. It's often fentanyl they're moving to, and it's often fentanyl that they don't even realize is fentanyl. People now can't get the prescription pills as easily as they could 10 years ago because we've done a lot to clamp down on that supply. The consequence of that, there's fake prescription pills that are made up of fentanyl. It's a part of why we had more overdose deaths in 2020 than ever before. It's because of this fentanyl coming up from Mexico. So we're working hard on drug interdiction efforts to find and go after these cartels, and not just the bottle person, because then they just replace it. We try to go as high as we just can. We had one major successful effort recently. And we'll keep doing that. Because the supply side is a critical part of the equation. Obviously, as I mentioned, the demand side is too. People can go through drug treatment successfully and be on the other side, then they're not using, they're not at risk of dying. And then the law enforcement side includes when people talk about harm reduction, having the lock zone with you, so if someone is overdosing, you can actually save their life. Yes, it's a lot.
I think we have one more question for you, Bill.
All right.
Again for joining us here today. We appreciate you coming over. My question is about your line item in your presentation about unfunded mandates and how that can maybe help the Grand Valley and some of the runoff and the stuff that we're seeing from the
So the challenge that we have, which you often help us with, you can talk to your representatives here. There's so many bills that come through. We don't necessarily see them all. Anytime I see an unfunded mandate, we will try to do something. The areas that have been more effective have been criminal justice. So the body cam requirements, the 48-hour requirement to do someone in hearing, both of those present unfunded mandates problems. In both those cases, we were able to get money for local jurisdictions, so it was funded. Sounds like you're talking about a different area where I was not aware of the area you mentioned before, and I don't know how much room there is now to provide funding for that, but please follow up. We're happy to do what we can.
Let's thank the Attorney General for joining us.
there are, in my almost 7 years of being at Club 20, there's only 2 elected officials who have made a regular habit of emailing me or calling me and saying, what time am I on the agenda? And I say, so sorry, you haven't been invited yet. And they're like, yeah, what time am I on the agenda? And both of them are in the room right now. One is our Attorney General, Phil Weiser, and the other one is former Secretary of State Wayne Williams. Sometimes Wayne would just show up. And okay, well, I guess we can put this person short and we'll get you in somehow. I don't know how we're gonna do it, but we'll make it happen. So I love it when our leaders of our state are so anxious to visit with us that they respectfully and lovingly intrude on our agenda so we can make sure that we get them heard. So thank you so much. U.S. Congresswoman Lauren Boebert is serving in her first term as representative for Colorado's 3rd Congressional District. As citizen legislator, Congresswoman Boebert has never held public office prior, to her 2020 victory. She is the co-chair of the Congressional Second Amendment Caucus, vice chairman of the Congressional Western Caucus, and ex officio steering member on the Republican Study Committee, and an active member of the House Freedom Caucus. Here to give us an update on the legislation that she's been working on, please welcome Representative Lauren Boebert.
Morning, everyone. So I was out in the hall and I was pretending to memorize everything that I'm going to say to you, and knowing that I'm just going to say whatever I want up here. But you should really see my notes because they are fantastic. You know, it's really interesting to be in Congress right now. There's so many different topics that we switch back and forth to on a daily basis. There are so many different issues that we are required to be experts on because we have our hands in so many pots and we're overseeing so many things. And so I know I get a lot of criticism for only talking about cultural things, but there's a lot of work that we're doing right here at home. We're also doing a lot of work abroad. My team and I have spent hours working with the State Department to get Americans home from Afghanistan because there are still Americans over there. Yesterday, you know, every time I felt like we were getting to this peak of hope where American planes can leave and come home, I would be transferred to someone else at the State Department or say, yeah, we're aware of this. Yes, we know. We'll get back to you. And it's really frustrating that still, after all this time, after we've lost 13 service members and so many Americans have been left behind, that our State Department is still the #1 hindrance in getting these people back home. I took a little bit of criticism for a vote that I took on visas, the SIV holders. Although there was another vote that was a little bit better than that one that granted these visas to our allies that I voted for. It's really difficult to vote for something when it bypasses committee, when we are elected and placed on committees to have discussions about legislation, to offer amendments, to have markups and debate what's going on. And then when these items just bypass that process completely and go to the floor for a vote without any offer of amendments to make it better, it's really difficult to put your name to that and say, yes, I support this, without that bill being vetted, debated, discussed. And now I'm looking at legitimate SIV holders, our allies in Afghanistan, and they're being denied a trip here to come and be with us. And so what was the point of all of the criticism if we aren't going to allow them into America when they need it the most? So there's been a lot of difficulties, a lot of frustration, just recently in what's going on in Afghanistan. I would not be in the camp to say that this was an extraordinary success. I have seen anything but a success in the withdrawal from Afghanistan. And I would have loved to have seen it different. We all wanted to end this war. We all wanted our troops home. But it didn't have to be this way. I should not have had to have taken the hardest phone call of my life, speaking to a mother of a fallen soldier here in our district. That should not have happened. But we are still continuing to work with the State Department and even against the State Department to get these people home. Pakistan and Afghanistan have given us permission to allow our planes to take people out. They've given us permission, but our State Department has not. So this is something that's really been consuming a lot of our efforts recently. But like I said, we're supposed to be an expert on all things, so we should be able to bounce to other legislation pretty quickly. I do want you to know about my active forest management bill. This is something that I'm really, really proud of. I'm really, really proud of my staff, both in district and in Washington, DC. When I selected my staff, when we went through this hiring process, I had you in mind, I had our district in mind, because yes, I promised that I would fight for certain things, I would stand for the Constitution, I would make sure that I would secure your rights, whether you agree with me or not. I want you to be free, because that is the proper role of government, to keep you free. But when I went through this process, I wanted to make sure that I had a team that would work for you with me. So we have Chief Jeff Small, my chief of staff, here with us today from Washington, DC. He is actually a Colorado native. He's worked in several Colorado delegations, and I'm sure many of you are familiar with him. But he is just an extraordinary asset to our team, and he lives and breathes natural resources. And he's very instrumental in this forestry legislation, because these are issues that we deeply care about. We have Hogan Peterson here with us today, and he's our regional director out of Grand Junction. And I'm sure many of you have seen him in many, many meetings, because he is always on the go, and he's always learning, he's always engaging. He'll engage with people who may not want to engage with our team necessarily, but he's there for it. And I'm just so proud of him. I could not have asked for a better team to serve you all with. And forestry legislation is very important because this affects our everyday lives all the time. We've all been choking on the same smoke from California, Oregon. We were all impacted by I-70 and the closure there. We are all impacted by the bark beetles. You know, maybe we should put the bark beetle on the endangered species list, and then maybe we'll prevent wildfires so we could save the bark beetle. I don't know, it's kind of coming to a point like that. That's not my legislation, for the record. But every part of this district especially is impacted by our unhealthy forests, and decades of poor forest management and bad policies have put us in this situation. We have more than 6 billion standing dead trees in the West, and that's creating a giant tinderbox. Now, I know that there's some people in this room who say that climate change is their number one issue. And I implore you, if that is your number one issue, then allow us to manage our forests. The carbon emissions that are released in a forest fire is far more impactful than all of the cars running every single day, all day and night in Colorado for a year. The carbon emissions that are released are worse than anything that we are doing. So if that is your number one issue, I implore you, get with me to manage our forests. these forest fires, they create burn scars. Then we have the mudslides and the flooding like we saw on I-70 and the Mudwood Springs Canyon. This impacted all of us, and I'm so proud that the entire Colorado delegation joined me in getting that emergency relief in the Glenwood Canyon so we can get that open. We are engaged in conversations on a regular basis with Club 20, with other local stakeholders in Routt County and Rio Blanco, and of course in Garfield County, to make sure that we have a permanent alternative solution. Not just to reopen I-70 quickly and safely, but to have something that is permanent there, because this will happen again. This isn't the first time it was shut down. And unfortunately, it's just getting worse and worse, especially after the Grizzly Creek fire. I spent more than 2 weeks of our August recess traveling the district and visiting active forest fires in Routt County, seeing previous forest fires like the Lake Christine fire in Basalt, the Pine Gulch fire in Tibet, and having these conversations with our Forest Service agency, with our firefighters who are on the ground with smoke jumpers, and all of these people who are actively managing these fires, trying to mitigate these fires, telling us about the prescribed burns like we saw in the salt that reduced that fire significantly and saved a lot of infrastructure because they had had a plan before that fire had ever ignited to manage that area. And they showed how beneficial that was. I've been meeting with county commissioners and talking about how to begin this process to have mechanical thinning instead of frivolous lawsuits, to get rid of this dead beetle kill in our forests. And it doesn't cost you anything. We're not raising taxes to manage our forests. It actually generates revenue for the counties that actively manage their forests. We can go in there and harvest this timber. Right now, we're harvesting about 6 billion board feet of timber each year, and my bill would require 10 billion board feet to be harvested each year. I've met with timber producers and management advocates. I even brought the ranking member of the Natural Resource Committee, Bruce Westerman, out here to experience our forests firsthand, to go to a sawmill and experience the benefits of managing this forest. You know, we have some of our timber that is reaching an expiration point. The pine beetle, the pine trees that the beetles have killed off, for a time, that's really good timber, structurally sound. But we're reaching an expiration date on some of this, where it's beginning to crack, and they can't use it for the 2x4s to actually build with. And some of this has to be used for aesthetics, but we have other processes. Of course, there's always firewood, but what is the plant? The biomass plant in gypsum. This is tremendous, a tremendous use of our timber to produce energy. And we've also visited the DFPC Center of Excellence in Advanced Technology of Aerial Firefighting. These guys are heroes. The technology they have, the equipment they have that they're able to use, the way they're able to go out and manage these fires, prevent wildfires, is absolutely extraordinary. And each and every day they wake up with the mentality to serve our communities, to make sure that they are safe and that these fires don't take over. My bill is certainly big and ambitious, but there are a lot of provisions, many of which are bipartisan. And I'm not really going to get too much in the weeds there, but just a few key points here. My bill is, like I said, fully paid for and will generate billions of dollars to the U.S. Treasury. It requires the Forest Service to harvest wood, and it establishes the Western Bark Beetle Epidemic Fund to remove the dead and dying bark beetle, and it protects our critical infrastructure that's so important to us. Infrastructure has been a really big talk recently, in the United States. And we need to protect what we already have, so we're not, frivolously spending money, unnecessarily with infrastructure that's been destroyed. With the infrastructure bill that we saw pass the Senate and, come over to the House, we're still in the works of that, adding, amendments and markup. This is a really big deal, and I wish that we could have thought about it a little bit differently. I just want to sidestep to infrastructure for just a second. I offered the American Infrastructure Modernization Act. My bill puts more dollars towards real infrastructure than the actual infrastructure plan that you're hearing about does. $650 billion towards real infrastructure, and it doesn't cost you anything. It takes $650 billion from the nearly $1 trillion that is unspent, already approved by Congress. It was supposed to be for COVID relief. We knew when we were passing the $1.9 trillion budget reconciliation for COVID relief, that less than 9% of it went to anything COVID health related. And now we have $1 trillion sitting unspent, approved by Congress. And we need to take, my bill would take $650 billion of that and put it towards real infrastructure without adding to inflation and without raising your taxes. How much time do I have?
About 10 minutes.
Oh, great. Okay, so you heard about my forestry bill. There's a lot of water provisions in there to make sure that we are upholding Colorado state water law and protecting private property rights. Water is the lifeblood of Colorado. And, you know, I think that that's a big decision in a lot of what's going on in redistricting. And water needs to be the key focus in that. I'm not allowed to say too much about redistricting, but I will say that. We need to put our water first. And we don't need to include certain areas of Colorado into Western Colorado's water. Thank you for appreciating the simplicity of that, because that's all I can say about that. But I have been very focused in keeping the Bureau of Land Management headquarters here. I have my local act that we keep the Bureau here. I was very pleased to see Secretary Holland show up to Grand Junction, Colorado, as soon as she did in her tenure. We immediately started sending letters inviting her, asking her to come out, and I was very pleased whenever she accepted that and came here. We had Governor Polis here, our senators here, and then everyone in the Colorado delegation is in favor of keeping the Bureau of Land Management headquarters right here. And you all are very, very well versed in the whys of this, and you understand that we need that hands-on input for the lands here in the West. We don't need another bureaucracy in Washington, D.C. making decisions for us here in the West. The travel that it saves, just having people right here is so important. And then, of course, it would cost billions. Is it millions or billions? Millions. It's millions to bring it back to Washington, D.C. There's not a location there. There's not a building there anymore for the BLM to go in. So they'd have to have a new lease on a new building, and it's just unnecessary expenses. I was not reassured with the secretary's comments that she made when she was here, but I'm very glad that she was here and listened to us. I would still implore our senators to use the one tool that they have and leverage with the nominated, the Tracy Stone Manning, who is nominated to be the director of the BLM, to keep that here. Now, I'm not in favor of this nomination. I don't believe that an eco-terrorist should be directing the BLM. But we've seen extreme nominations this year already. I'm proud to say that I led the charge in opposing Chipman's nomination with the ATF, and now we've seen that they have withdrawn that nomination. So perhaps, if we all collectively get together and are loud enough, maybe we can get another director nominated for the BLM. But I would implore our senators to put a hold on this confirmation and secure a commitment to keep the BLM headquarters right here in Grand Junction. We need one senator to secure that commitment from her. I would like to take it a step further and ask that they not confirm her, but I don't see that happening. So if we could at least get that out of this confirmation, that would be a huge benefit for Western Colorado and for the West. It's unfortunate that someone who is actively engaged in tree spiking is nominated for this position. And in my opinion, she is still engaged in eco-terrorism because those tree spikes are still in the trees. And those do not just threaten loggers. They threaten our firefighters, especially since we are not actively managing our forests. When a firefighter goes in to cut in a line to stop that fire, he doesn't know what's in that tree. He is bound and determined to get his job done. And tree spikes are only installed to kill people. It's an 8 to 10 inch spike. And when a saw blade makes contact with it, the shrapnel goes everywhere, maiming and even killing individuals. It has that potential. And it's very unfortunate. It's not just when they come to the sawmill is when it's a threat. It's right there in the forest. So I would love to see enough pushback to get another person nominated for this position. I did have an amendment that passed with unanimous consent in the Natural Resource Committee, had bipartisan support to keep the Bureau of Land Management headquarters in Grand Junction during our legislative markup. That was a really exciting victory to have that pass with unanimous consent and no opposition. And I will, of course, continue to utilize any legislative mechanism available to retain the BLM here in Grand Junction. During that markup, let me tell you some of the stuff that happens there. So we're now currently marking up this $3.5 trillion budget reconciliation. Why a reconciliation and not a legislation? Because you don't need the filibuster to stop it. You just need a majority vote. So we already had $1.9 trillion budget reconciliation. Now we're up to $3.5 trillion. We have pleaded with our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to stop the spending, to at least divert money to where it makes sense. And unfortunately, we've had very little success in the Natural Resource Committee. One amendment that I had would take out the Presidio Trust in California from this bill. Now, if you're not familiar with the Presidio Trust, this is $200 million that goes to Nancy Pelosi's district to fund golf course, hotels, just really elite amenities in areas. This trust was never supposed to cost the taxpayers anything. When it was passed, that was the promise. They were supposed to look for philanthropists to come in and pick this up and move forward with it. And now in the name of a pandemic and shutdowns, Pelosi has requested a $200 million earmark to save this golf course and these hotels and have the taxpayers pick up that tab. When I offered this amendment, I was very, very surprised. One of my colleagues from Memphis, Tennessee, spoke up in opposition of my amendment. Spoke up in opposition to save the taxpayers $200 million. And he said, maybe the speaker gets a little more in this bill, and that's okay. I'm okay with that because she deserves it. She works harder than anyone for the American people, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to keep this place together. Now, I have a little bit of a problem with that because I've only seen division in the House of Representatives. I was asked on the campaign trail if I would work across the aisle. And I said that there was no table that I would not sit at, no conversation that I would not have. I will not compromise my principles, but I want to work together for the benefit of our communities. And I have only seen partisan legislation, committees being passed, no regular order, walls and razor wire around the people's house to keep you out. And now there's talk of putting that back up to infringe on your First Amendment right, to not have the right to petition your government with your grievances. You could not come into my office for the better part of the year. And now there's threat of that happening again. I don't think that that's someone who's working hard to keep this place together. And since when do members of Congress deserve anything when it comes to spending your money? The taxpayers deserve that. So this is the kind of stuff that we talk about in the Natural Resource Committee, closing payouts. But we certainly are focused on water issues. I have my Western Water Security Act that is there to protect your water rights. And there's just so much legislation when it comes to bill payments and making sure that we have fair market rates in counties like Kinsale, where 97% is federal lands, and they get something like 7 to 10 cents per acre in their bill payments, where higher populated areas like Mason County get up nearly to about 40 cents per acre. So we would want a fair market assessment of that to make sure that everyone is getting a fair value in those payments. And of course, we would protect SRS in that, and then my forestry legislation to make sure that those things are protected. And we have been pushing the Biden administration to make sure that bill payments are fully funded. So there's a lot of work that's going on for you guys. I have had such a privilege and an honor traveling this district up and down. And I want to be on record saying I love every bit of this district as it is. I have had such pleasure meeting with people, and not just Republicans, not just conservatives. I've had wonderful conversations with the Glenwood Springs mayor, with the commissioners in Uray, with the commissioners in Route County, and San Miguel. And I've had just a wonderful time getting to know the issues in and out, and finding a way to better serve you and to better protect our water, our lands, our resources, and of course, make sure that you all stay free during all of this. So thank you so much for this time today. I appreciate you. This is a wonderful group to be in front of, and it's an honor. Thank you. Also, really should have a copy of my notes because they're way better than anything I did.
Thank you. As we set up for our next presentation, we're going to do our first drawing. So please take your tickets out. We are drawing for a Club 20 notebook, pen, and water bottle. There's not very many to choose from, so whoever put their ticket in here has good odds. 5, 8, 4, 9, 8, 1. 5, 8, 4. Come on up, Charlie. And the next drawing we will be doing are for a pack of golf balls, a divot repair tool, and a bag that you can put your golf tees in. 5, 8, 4, 9, 8, 2. Come on over, Cindy. I have a sneaking suspicion these are for Steve, but come on up and get these. It's Steve, so I know that. Thank you. Wonderful. Okay, so as we heard this morning, water is top of mind across all of us as we've experienced drought and fires and all of the impacts that come from Business for Water Stewardship, and they are our panel sponsors. Unfortunately, Molly wasn't able to be here this morning, but I believe she's joining us on Zoom. So Amanda's panel is sponsored by Business for Water Stewardship. Moderating our panel is Eric Kuhn, the retired general manager of the Colorado River Water Conservation District and co-author with John Fleck of Science Be Damned, How Ignoring Inconvenient Science Drained the Colorado River, University of Arizona Press, fall of 2019. Eric and John's book is about river hydrology and what we knew, when we knew it, and how we used it to shape the over allocation of the river under the 1922 Compact, the other major provisions of the law of the river and projects we have in place today. So please join me in welcoming Eric Kuhn as he introduces the members of our panel.
Well, thank you, and I want to really thank Buck Point for putting on this panel. I think it's very appropriate. Yeah, thank you for this. Background, when I started the water in Colorado in 1980 or so, what we called a compact call was very distant, very remote. The early 80s, those of you who remember, the problem is that we had so much water in the system, we were worried about the structural integrity of the dams because it was a very hard time. Those times have changed. Today, after 22 years of dry hydrology, storage in Lake Mead and Lake Powell, the two largest reservoirs in the United States, are at post-filling lows. In other words, the last time they were at this level is when they were starting to fill them in the 1930s for Hoover Dam, in the 1960s for Lake Powell. So the fact that this compact call, as we call it, would never happen, well, those times have changed. The term call, or more likely a form of curtailment, is not found anywhere in the 1920 compact. In fact, the only place it's really addressed is in the 1948 Upper Basin Compact. So under these compacts, the states of the Upper Division, which Colorado is one of them, have certain obligations that we carry. And I will just say there's, most of these, there's 75 million acre feet non-depletion allowance of every 10 years, plus a unresolved, no one really, no two attorneys or no two water managers had the same interpretation of this, what our obligation is to Mexico under the 1944 treaty. So the requirements for curtailment are found in the 1948 compact in Article 4. So it's an interesting, we set up an interesting situation. So it's not the lower basin that puts a call on the river, it's the upper basin themselves that decides we're not in compliance with the 1922 compact, therefore we have to curtail our own uses. So very interesting dynamic that we're going to may have to address in the future. And by the way, that commission has 4 members from each of the upper basin states and 1 representing the United States. Some additional points, as I mentioned, the lower basin has no formal role in determining the curtailment under the 48 compact. Arizona's a party that doesn't have a commission member, and Nevada and California are not part of that compact at all. So if they disagree, what would they do? Well, they would do what most people in the water business do when they disagree, which is they would litigate. That is an interesting idea. When I was I think in the 90s, one of the meetings was with Jim Lockett, and one of the lower basin persons asked, what would the upper basin put a curtailment on for the compacts? And Jim's answer, which I think we repeated many times, is when the United States Supreme Court tells us we have to. So we have an interesting situation setting up. We have 4 speakers. The first is Kevin Ryan, who's the state engineer. He'll give the state perspective and the state role as the administrator. Then we have Steve Wolf and Andy Gilbert, who will discuss West Slope issues. I think we're really lucky to have these two water meters here on the West Slope. And I really want to thank Wyoming for providing Steve the Southwest Colorado. Thank you, Steve. And then finally, we will finish up with Hannah, who will address a broader perspective of Colorado and what we've learned in our experience with those comments. So with that, I think we should all sit down, and I understand our first speaker will be Kevin Ryan by speaking us remotely. Okay.
Thank you, Eric. And can I ask, are you all able to hear me? And Kristen, are we set up for me to continue? And maybe someone on the stage can just give me a thumbs up.
We cannot hear you yet.
Oh, okay. Kristen, can you hear me now? I just made a change. Just trying again. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, let's do that. Okay, we can hear you a little better now.
Okay, how about now? Are you hearing me okay?
Go ahead.
Okay. And then I'm ready to share my screen, but I think I need to have someone else release it. Okay.
You should be good to go.
All right, and you can confirm, you see my Club 20 Fall Conference page, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Having just done that, it's a reminder that I really want to thank the organizers and thank all of you and my co-panelists for allowing me to do this remotely. I really don't like the idea that I'm missing a chance to get back to the West Slope again. I've been out there quite a bit recently and I'm always ready to come back, but this gives me a chance to do this and meet some other obligations as well. So thank you for that. Because we have limited time, I want to move ahead and leave time for the other panelists. I want to go back to Eric's introduction, and he made some good points, especially the point about the compact call. I'm going to be talking about, as the title suggests, the implications and the potential for a compact call. But if you've heard me talk about this before, I always like to correct when I hear the term a compact call, and that's just my personal perspective on it. My perspective as a state engineer, because it brings to mind that idea that we associate with intrastate water administration. That is a downstream water right. A senior water right is not satisfied, so they place a call and people upstream get curtailed if they're junior. And Eric noted that we don't see the word call in the original 22 compact, and it's limited in its context in the 48 compact. And that's a lot of what I'd like to talk about is really how that plays out for Colorado and for the state engineer in our administration of the compact, should there be an obligation. And the way I like to look at this, we've got a confluence of issues right now. We've got climate, river conditions, there's a measurement rules effort, and there's compact compliance administration. And as far as climate, river conditions, I'm not going to spend time on that. We all know that what's going on with the climate, with the DCP, with the DROA, lake levels. We know what's going on out there, and certainly at the state engineer's office, that's not lost on us. But I want to move ahead to measurement rules. Now, what does measurement rules have to do with compact compliance? I'm going to use this just as a quick opportunity, maybe me being opportunistic to update you all on one component of what we're doing, but it also tie it in with compact compliance. And that is measurement rules. What does that mean? It means measuring diversions. Of course, I quote statutory language here, but I tried to do it in a brief fashion. The statute for over 100 years has given the division engineer the authority and the responsibility to order measuring devices for water diversions where necessary. There's that qualification. Why would there be a need for measurement? And especially when we go back over 100 years to look at that statutory direction. I like to break it into two categories: administration of water rights and data. We have the intrastate administration, just like I just described, when there's a call on the river and there's a need to curtail water rights to satisfy that call within Colorado. And ultimately, if we need to do compact administration someday, in like fashion, we may need to curtail or at least understand how much water people are taking through their diversions to do that compact administration. But there's another category, data. And it gets back to our compact obligation and some of the complexities that Eric referred to in his introduction. And that is, should the Upper Colorado River Commission put that obligation on the 4 upper basin states, Wyoming, Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, and bring that obligation to us to take some action to meet our compact obligation, that is our non-depletion obligation at Leaf Ferry. Then there's going to be some consideration about how much water those states have used in recent years, in past years. And it just comes down to that. With data, they have information that has certainty, and we're all acting on real data, not inferential data or a guess as to how much water Colorado has used. And then rules, I'm going to move quickly through this, but doing it through rulemaking gives us consistency and transparency. We can recognize scenarios. Basically, we all can get together with stakeholders ahead of time and provide for efficient implementation of that. And right now, DWR is working with local partners to coordinate these stakeholder meetings so we can begin the rulemaking. We're focused on the Yampa White River Basin right now, and we'll continue with that. That's happening. And again, the idea there is, for the purposes of our discussion, to help us have good data if we need to do a compact administration, if we end up in a compact administration scenario. Again, we don't know what that looks like. We don't know what the Upper Colorado River Commission would give to us and how they would arrive at it. But we want them to have good data. The next of the issues is compact compliance administration. This is more directly germane to what we're talking about today. If you've heard me talk before, the big nexus with the state engineer's office right now is to identify whether there's urgency for us to do compact administration on the short term. And if not, how much time do we have? It's good to look at this in terms of a compact compliance strategy. And if you didn't get it, that's my substitute language for a compact call. What does the Upper Colorado River Compact say? Eric alluded to it a little bit, but it says curtailment may be necessary if the flow at Leaf Ferry is not met. That is, we're not meeting our obligation, or we're maybe not going to meet our obligation to the downstream states. That's up to the Upper Colorado River Commission. They would set the quantity and time of curtailment for each state. That's in Article 4 of that compact. But Article 4 also leaves the latitude to the states, including Colorado, to determine how to meet those compact compliance obligations that the commission would put on us. So the compact compliance strategy that I refer to is a combination of those A, B, and C items and how we address them. It would be a multifaceted approach that addresses those three, and our actions would be part of that strategy, not curtailment due to a call. Understanding the Colorado River Compact at a 50,000 foot level, our obligation comes from the fact that the states of the upper division cannot cause the flow of the river at Leaf Ferry to be depleted below 75 million acre feet for any 10 consecutive years. That's the recognized standard. But we have to ask our question, what is compliance? How do we maintain it? Again, I'm looking to the Upper Colorado River Commission. And how would we get an obligation? How would we try to meet it? And now I'm going to throw a bunch of data at you, and I don't want you to try to absorb these numbers, but just look at the trend. This shows by year what the annual flow, measured flow at Lee Ferry is, and what that 10-year total is based on those flows. And you can see in 2001, we were over 100,000 acre feet. Compare that to the, 100 million acre feet. Compare that to the 75 million I just mentioned. And then that's declined over time. But even in 2020, if we look more closely at the last 6 years, even in 2020, we're at 92 million acre feet. That seems to be good, seems to be reassuring. If we look at that visually, and the red line is the 75 million acre foot obligation we need to maintain, you can see that we're well above that, even in 2020. Now, I just want to do some quick forecasting, and I hesitate to even use the word forecast, but look at our actual totals again for the last 4 years. And that's real data that we know to be true. And then let's look at the next 2 years. We've got data based on a projection from the Bureau of Reclamation's 24-month study. Likely, these are the amounts that they would release. I've added 150,000 acre foot each year to the release based on gains that occur between Lake Powell and the Lee Ferry gauge. You can see what's happening to our 10-year total. It's continuing to decline based on those smaller releases. And then I'm just going to go ahead to 2023 through 2025. And by the way, the reason I picked these years, 2025 would be the expiration of the current 07 guidelines. And by 2025, using a reasonable conservative assumption, 7,480,000 acre foot release, that's got its ties back to the 07 guidelines, adding the 150,000 acre feet. So not to belabor this is more of a conceptual trend, even though it's quantitative. You can see that in 2025, we're at 84 million acre feet. Now we need to acknowledge a Mexico obligation too, which could add an amount to that, 7.5 million acre feet for the 10-year total. But even with that, we would be above it. And here's the same visual that takes us through 2025. Now, quickly, the reason that I'm doing this, looking at this data, is not to give you a new climatological forecast. There are too many experts that are so much better than I am. And it's not to give us reassurance that we'll never be out of compliance, but it's to give me, on behalf of our office, the assurance that it's not 2022 or 2023 or 2024 that we're going to have to be doing compact compliance administration. And in a nutshell, that means the probability is low on the near term that we need to do that. And because of the many unknowns of the Upper Colorado River Compact and their role, and the unknowns about other things that are going on, we like to take the time to think this through and do it well and make sure we touch all the legal points and all the hydrologic points. With that, I'll just conclude by saying that when we look at all these issues and how do they connect, they're climate related, they're administration related, they're compact related, and we need to think in terms of taking the appropriate actions for the appropriate timing and to give that some substance. Right now in the state engineer's office, we're looking at items that could influence compact administration rules. We're looking at what they might be, and we're looking at the legal issues as far as how we would proceed in the right stepwise fashion. And with that, Christian or Eric, I'm going to pause. That's my talk for now, and I'll be available for more discussion.
But I've been working on Colorado river issues on Wyoming for about 16, 17 years. So general topic certainly not new. Andy and I talked earlier this week kind of how we might split this up. So I'm going to kind of touch on some broader upper basin issues. And Andy's going to take it over and sort of bring it closer to Colorado. So obviously, Colorado, we could talk about a lot of things. I want to touch on just a few points. First, Eric mentioned at the beginning that there are unresolved issues related to combat preservation. We've all recognized them for years. And I think they remain unresolved because they're very divisive issues, and we really didn't need to figure them out. There was no reason. We're reaching that point where we may very well have to figure them out. Obviously, they make for hard discussion. A couple of those issues. One, I think Kevin alluded to it here in his discussion, is we have this non-depletion obligation, which means we cannot, by law, violate the compact. We have to always be able to provide the 75 million, 75 million downstream. That's obviously not included in our rules or that frequently. But the point being, Kevin and the staff, they're very good at administering water rights. They do it all the time. But we might have to administer water before we violate the compact. We have to be able to maintain those levels like now and those flows. Always provide those flows. So we're looking forward. We have to look at hydrology. Is that better? Sorry. So we have to be able to forecast what hydrology looks like, how much water is going to be coming, and guess how much we might need to regulate off. So there's a lot of components, and it gets very complex in doing that. It's a very hard job for Kevin. And you have to do this basin wide. Whole West Slope of Colorado, the Green River in Utah, Wyoming, San Juan, and New Mexico. The second issue, and Kevin brought this up too, is there's discussions about the obligation the upper basin has to the port of the Mexico Treaty. We all have of that or not. And that's where that difference between either the 75 million acre feet and or the 82.3 acre feet comes into play. I would argue that the lower basin is going to think that we owe half of that part of the treaty, and that we would start looking at a curtailment when we reach that 82.3, which Kevin indicated is possible in about 2025 or 2026. So it is potentially in the near term. I would also argue that the upper basin states will probably argue that no, we do not owe at 82.3. We owe it to 75 million, which really seems not impossible, but very unlikely in the next 5 to 10 years. So that there's a big decision point coming up. Hopefully, trying to resolve that issue will not result in litigation. I think litigation is probably the worst thing that can happen in this basin. I would hope that as the 4 upper basin states and the 7 states total are renegotiating the guidelines that Kevin indicated in 2025 through water year 26, that all 7 states figure out some answers agreements to some of these unresolved issues. I think certainly that is going to pave a lot better way forward on these issues on water management and rather than litigation. Certainly one thing that we talk about quite a bit is the role of climate change. Does the upper basin have to absorb all the impacts of climate change relative to changing water supply conditions? I would argue that no, we don't. We have to figure out how we share that change. But again, that's another issue. So again, a lot of issues there. I guess one thing I would point out also moving forward, I came into this business sort of at the end of the 2007 guidelines. I saw some of that process. We're starting that again. One comment I would say in these new sets of guidelines, one big change we'll see is the role of tribes.
tribal entities in the basin hold a lot of water rights, whether they're quantified or unquantified. But I think their role in these discussions are probably the one way we are going to be able to solve a lot of these issues, is how we might be able to utilize a lot of that water. So some upper basin issues, I guess I'll let Andy go now and sort of bring it more closer to Colorado.
Good morning. I want to thank Club 20 and thank all of you for sitting through a discussion about the Colorado River. Some of us are extremely passionate about it and kind of live in it. But I want to try to touch on some things that I think as community leaders and business leaders should be really important to everybody here on the West Slope to start thinking about. Because one of the things that I think every political leader, every governmental leader, every business leader needs is some degree of certainty, right? A map that helps us determine what our future is going to look like and helps guide your policies and your community. I think just a few numbers, and I will apologize up front, numbers from a recovering lawyer are a little tough sometimes, so I want to apologize. What is it that's at stake with respect to the volume of water if in 2025 or 2026 we may end up in some form of curtailment from the state engineer or even after that? What does that mean to us in Colorado? And more particularly, what does that mean on the West Slope? Well, the state of Colorado uses a variable amount of water. We don't use the same exact amount from the Colorado River every year. In dry years, like this past one, I don't need to tell many of you in this room, there were ranchers and farmers who couldn't get any water. They didn't consume it. It wasn't there to be consumed, right? In hotter years, our farmers and ranchers who can get water consume more, and our plants, our native vegetation, our urban landscapes consume more water. So we know that it varies, but the reality is we use somewhere between 2.1 and 2.8 million acre feet of water a year in the state of Colorado. That's consumed water. So it's not just what we divert through our head gates, it's what we actually consume, whether it's in the urban setting, the industrial setting, or the agricultural setting. And it's important to recognize that 2.8 at the max is still significantly off what we thought we had in 1922. Or I should say, going back really into the Upper Basin Compact, the 1944 compact, we got 51.75% share of the Upper Basin's share of the water in the Colorado River. So that would have been, had that water actually been there in a regular, dependable manner, that's about 4.28 million acre feet that our state should have and should be able to consume on the cable. And I want to at least point out to everybody, no one should cling to the idea that we are going to have 4.28 million acre feet in our state. It is not historically been available, and there's no reason to think it will continue or at some point in the future will be available in the Colorado River system. So we've got to look at the reality, we've got to look at the hydrologic predictions, and we've got to face that, because facing facts like this is how we plan a successful future for our western slope. Well, how much of that is pre-compact and therefore not subject to the state engineer's curtailment orders, not subject to our duties under the Colorado River Compact? That's about 1.6 to 1.7 million acres that we don't have to worry about that being or shut off due to a compact. Now, sometimes in dry years, even pre-compact water rights don't have water. So it's a different situation, right? Intrastate administration of water and interstate issues. But in reality, we have, so what does that mean? It means we have about, at kind of a maximum, we have about 1.1 million acre feet of water that is subject to curtailment in our state. 1.1 million acres. So let's just put that in context, if you will. In the Front Range, we all are aware of the Trans Mountain diversions that occur mainly in the headwaters of the Colorado River. they take anywhere between 400 and 600,000 acre feet of water a year. Again, it depends on the year, it depends on what's going on hydrologically. Well, that's a really significant portion of that water. It's also, of that 600,000 acre feet, it's about 98% post-compact. So extremely vulnerable to curtailment, those transbasin diversions, if curtailment, by Kevin's office, follows a strict prior appropriations doctrine. And I want to stress, Kevin was very good at pointing out he has in his office in our state does not yet know how our state is going to curtail water if compact curtailment is ever necessary. For one, personally, I've asked Kevin, I've asked his office, I would love to see it. This isn't news to Kevin. Love to see those curtailment rules move forward. Very much applaud the fact that the measurement rules are moving forward. I know it will create some uncertainty and some pain for people to kind of get used to the idea of how we need to measure water. But the sooner we have the measurement rules and the sooner we have curtailment rules, the better your communities and your businesses can plan. So we know what happens in the event of that. But again, remember, there's about 1.1 million acre feet of post-compact water. Well, as Kevin said, the way curtailment might roll out is that body, the Upper Colorado River Commission, would say, all right, we look like we're about to violate our non-depletion obligation. So they're going to assign a certain number of acre feet for each state to produce at the state line. So in our state, it's both in the San Juan River system and in the Colorado River system. They're going to assign a certain number of acre feet that we have to produce into the system. And depending on what the deficit is, will depend upon how much water we have to produce and therefore how deep those cuts come on Colorado River water use. So I think, our prior speakers did a really good job of explaining the difference between that 75 million over 10 that's set out expressly in the compact and the 82.5 million if you include half the Mexican obligation. As you can see from Kevin's numbers, we're potentially running pretty close to that by 2025 if the hydrology stays as it has. So we're going to take a position, most likely in the Upper Basin, we always have, that under the current scenario, we don't owe half of that Mexican obligation. And so we're not going to violate our compact obligations at that point. If we fight about that in the Supreme Court, which is where this fight would have to happen, that's going to take a long, long time. Okay? And during that time, we'll continue to probably produce 75 million over 10 at the Leaf area. If it turns out we're wrong, and the Supreme Court comes out with a decision, which oddly enough, they come out with some bad decisions on water every time the water case goes in front of them. So they come out with a decision that says, no, Upper Basin, you now owe retroactively 82.5 over the last 10 years, because it took us 10 years to get to this point. So at that point, we're probably having to produce an incredible volume of water as quickly as possible to get this Upper Basin back in compliance. What does that mean? Well, just keep in mind, 1.1 million acre feet, and if you look at an average year, it's closer to 930,000. The cuts that Kevin's office would have to engage in would bring us down to, would make us produce that close to 1 million acre feet per year until we're back in compliance. That's a lot of water. That's a lot of economic impact. That's a lot of stress, and that's a lot of businesses and communities that are either going to go belly up or suffer if we don't plan. So what if we plan ahead? What if we actually are planning proactively and we can reach an agreement with the lower basin? This is what we really owe under that compact. What conditions? Well, maybe, and remember those rights. So just if anybody here owns water rights, what does that 900,000 acre feet mean? It means if your water right was decreed after 1922, you won't have water. So here in the Grand Valley, we have the pleasure of having really senior water rights, direct flow water rights for a lot of the agriculture. That's fantastic. But as any of our water managers down here in the Grand Valley or farmers and ranchers will tell you, that water, the pre-compact is not enough to fully finish and grow crops, especially in years like this. So right now, the water flowing in the Colorado River, the water flowing through the canals here in Grand Valley is primarily coming from reservoir storage upstream, Green Mountain Reservoir and several other reservoirs. They're all post-compact. That means in the event of a curtailment that affects all post-compact water, Green Mountain Reservoir doesn't fill, Wolford Mountain Reservoir doesn't fill, Rudai Reservoir doesn't fill. That means the crops here in the Grand Valley don't grow anywhere near as much, don't create that economic productivity. What happens in the Uncompahgre Valley, our single largest project on the West Slope? Well, again, phenomenal pre-compact direct flow water rights. However, they too depend upon post-compact storage in almost every single year. That's the Taylor Park Reservoir up the Taylor River. That reservoir is a 1935 water. Okay, that too would be cut off. So really big impacts. How about domestic water? Youth Water Conservancy District. Almost all of their water post-compact 1950s water rights. How about Tri-County Water Conservancy District, serving Delta, Montrose, and Uray counties, all post-compact water rights, right? Lots of planning needs to go into this by community leaders, water providers, and our businesses. So we can see the possibility of this coming, and we're hopeful that it won't actually happen. But I think it's really important for the West Slope to recognize that our agriculture and our urban water use is at risk, and we don't need it. You know, we don't want to be chicken little and run around. We need to plan sensitive. We need to figure out how we keep, obviously, Youth Water provides water for taps, fire hydrants. Tri-County does the same. What are the contingency plans? How does the community know that water will be reliable coming from those pipes? How do we help them know what's going to happen? How do they plan, right? I think that our community on the West Slope needs to know how to. The Front Range, just like our West Slope water providers, also have incredibly important needs, in-home and fire hydrant type needs, that will have to be met despite the junior compact nature. Kevin in other presentations has talked about the rules that he envisions coming out with, and they include something called augmentation, right? And so it's that augmentation of the junior rights so they can stay in priority. And what do they use for augmentation water? What do they use for their replacement supply? It's the pre-compact water. And almost all of that pre-compact water in the Colorado River is on the West Slope, and almost all of it is in agriculture, right? So where are those cities, both Front Range and West Slope, going to look? They're going to look at our agriculture, and they don't have to have a tunnel that takes that molecule of water over to the Front Range or into their system in the Uncompahgre or the main stem of Colorado. They just have to pay the water right owner to release that water downriver so that it flows to the state line and comply with our obligations. So they don't have to build the infrastructure. They just have to find a hopefully willing seller. The Constitution does give them the right to dam water if they can't find a willing seller. Significant change. So we've got to think about how that would look in our state, what that might feel like. I don't mean to be negative, but the bottom line is, let's plan this well, let's understand it, and let's figure out these contingencies and what those impacts might look like on the ground. So hopefully that's.
Great, thank you. Is everybody hearing me okay with the mic right here? All right. I am going to shift gears for us a little bit. I have a few slides that are coming up. Instead of, looking ahead at, what might be in store for the Colorado River, if we get into a situation with our downstream obligations under the compact, I'm going to be relaying some lessons from the report I co-authored, and I do have some copies with me, if any of you are interested in that. But we have I worked with a sociology PhD candidate at CSU to try to learn what we could about 3 basins in Colorado that have already experienced compact curtailment. So this is the title of the article here, or the paper here, Lessons Learned from Colorado Experiences with Compact Administration. And Kelsey McElroy, my co-author, was the one who conducted the interviews and did the analysis. I helped with the write-up and the organization. So just to let you know what the report is and isn't. Okay, good. It's based on 20 interviews with people that went through the experience of curtailment in their basin because they got in trouble with their downstream obligations under their compacts on their rivers. So it's the Arkansas Basin, the Republican River Basin, and the Rio Grande River Basin. So the themes that came out of that, the lessons learned that I'll be relaying, are ones that transcend the differences. Each of these basins has different hydrology, they have different legal details in their compacts, and those details are different than what we have on the Colorado Basin. But we tried to extract the lessons that cut across all of those differences and that we felt might be relevant to the Colorado Basin. So what it isn't is it's not our own viewpoint. It came from the people that had gone through the experience of curtailment. It's not every single viewpoint. We also didn't necessarily, fact check everything that all the interviewees said. So it's very qualitative, largely, although we do have in the beginning of each basin section, just enough on their water situation and what happened with their compact to kind of orient you to what their experiences were. It's not a catalog of every possible experience and lesson that could be gleaned. And it's not intended to be a recommendation for how to handle every possible situation. So those are all the caveats here. So let's dive into the lessons here. The first one, and I think the previous speakers have already alluded to this, is that going to court is hazardous. Each of these basins did experience going to court, and they did experience losing rights to a lot of water they had been using previously. So that was not a good experience for them. And there were potentially ways to avoid having to go to court and losing in that way. And I won't, partly because I don't want to look over my shoulder and try to talk to you at the same time, I won't be reading these quotes that are up here. You can read them yourselves. But I pulled out a few quotes from our report that I think illustrate some of the experiences. These are some of the voices that are behind the lessons that I'm presenting to you. So another thing I want to say about this point is that going to court is definitely hazardous. If you do go to court to fight over what your obligations are under the compact, and we've heard about some of the legal ambiguities in our own compact, I don't think any of these folks would say that you shouldn't advocate for your interests. But I think what they would say is that if you put all your eggs in that basket and expect to win all of your points, it might not actually turn out that way. So not to rely on necessarily winning if you do go to court. So the next lesson is that confronting limits is really painful. Confronting a limited water supply, less water than you had available before, less water than you thought you had legally, that is a really painful experience for people. And people in all of these basins had to deal with this. So it's painful just in terms of production. If you don't have as much water, it's going to disrupt your production. You're going to, you're facing problems with the viability of your operation, possibly. It's not a fun experience to have less water to deal with than you thought you did or that you had previously. But then it's also emotionally traumatic to lose that water because it's not only a matter of dollars and cents. It's also emotionally painful to discover that what you thought you could rely on, you can't necessarily anymore.
So despite the traumatic experiences that these basins had with losing the rights to water that they thought that they have subsequently been able to come up with different kinds of solutions to stay in compliance and stay in, to manage the amount of water that they actually have. And that's one of the things I meant to say on the previous slide with coming to terms with limits is painful, but it's necessary. One of the things that folks said was that, you know, once they had to come to a point of accepting the limitations that they were under in order to figure out how to make the best use of the water that they had. So that's kind of the stage that they're all in now, is developing more homegrown solutions to manage a more limited water supply than they had previously, or that they thought they had rights to previously. But in order to do that and be successful at that, and it's very uneven across these basins, a certain amount of scaffolding was necessary in their community as far as people's track records of coming together and working together, their recognition that there was a reason to do that, and also a certain relationships and trust are a big part of that as well as the organizations that would have the capacity to convene people to come up with solutions and then to be able to implement them. So this is all part of the important scaffolding that these communities have had to construct in order to move forward with managing the water that they actually have in the best way possible. So here's a quote on that as far as the, you know, the importance of having trust and capacity here. And just, it speaks to one of the big ways that people build this kind of trust and the scaffolding to be able to work together. You learn to work together by working together. You learn to tackle big problems together by tackling small problems together. So, so that's an important lesson that they've learned as far as moving forward with the more limited water supply. And another lesson that came through loud and clear was that good measurement, like Kevin was talking about with these rules, really accurate measurement of all your water use is really important. It supports trust, management, and negotiation. So all of these basins, after they had to deal with compact curtailment, they had to deal with new measurement requirements that were much more stringent than they had to deal with before. And they did not like that. People were not jumping up and down saying, yay, we have to measure our water. But over time, people learn to appreciate that, because really, you know, people told stories about the first thing they do when they get up in the morning is look at their computer, and they can even see all the different colors of water coming down in the Arkansas Basin. They can see where the water is, like what color it is legally as far as, you know, who it belongs to, where it comes from. They can even tell how much of it comes from our side of the divide. And having that kind of understanding and also seeing how much other people are taking out, it builds a certain understanding of the system and also trust, because you know that you know what your neighbor's doing with their water. You don't have to take their word for it. And so that builds a certain amount of, there's a transparency to that. And then it also facilitates better management of your own water. Some people said that, you know, they actually themselves are managing their water in their operation better because they have a better understanding of what they really have and where it's all going. And then I'll speak to finally another point that some of the water lawyers mentioned was that one of the issues, and this particularly was clear in the Arkansas Basin, one of the weaknesses in Colorado's case was that they hadn't been measuring their, particularly with their wells, they hadn't been measuring that as accurately. And they didn't have the good facts. One of the quotes in the report is, you know, if you go into court and you don't have good facts and the other side has better facts, you lose. So as Colorado, you know, moves forward with working with the other basin states, I think that's something that we can take forward. The better that we understand our water use and really are able to quantify that, then the better we can, you know, defend our rights to do So, you know, one of the ways that people deal with having less water is to, you know, provide different incentives and penalties for incentives to use less and penalties for using more. And so we had some discussion with folks about the relative kind of benefits of those. And it's complicated. You know, in the Rio Grande Basin and also in the Republican Basin, there are systems where people are paid to use less water, and then that can go to funding other projects, or not their, yeah, they are charged for pumping, and then that water can go to incentivizing other folks to use less. But how effective that is really depends on a lot of external factors, like, you know, what's the market doing, you know, what's the relative cost and benefit of participating in that. And so there's kind of that's complicated to figure out carrots for getting people to change water behavior in a way that keeps the whole system together. But on a broader scale, there was, you know, all of these communities experienced a really big stick of having to have really abrupt, dramatic curtailments to the amount of water that they were using. So that was a really big stick that they had experienced. So all of them in different ways are chasing the carrot of having more local self-determination and figuring out their own ways to stay in compliance with their compacts. So in that broader sense, that carrot of having the ability to kind of take some degree of charge of their own future has been a powerful incentive to bring people to the table to do the really hard, tedious work of figuring out how to manage their water differently. So kind of the golden lesson that came out of all of this is that earlier action enables more local control. So I feel like here, what we heard from these interviewees really echoes what Andy was saying about the need to really think ahead and plan ahead and try to figure out how to keep our communities whole when we might have less water going into the future. There was a lot of regret expressed by some of these interviewees about the time that they had kind of wasted just saying, it's not fair. We shouldn't have to give up anything. And just focusing on that fight and they lost time. And that meant that when the cuts came, they were deeper and they were harder than if they had begun working earlier to figure out a way to manage with less water in a more kind of planned, systematic way that was better suited to their local conditions. So one of the things that Kelsey asked these interviewees was for their advice for people relying on Colorado River water. And some of these interviewees were also reliant on Colorado River water, particularly in the Arkansas Basin, because that's part of the water that they live on. But they were, you know, this need to really think ahead and be proactive was part of it. And I really like this quote from a guy a farmer and ditch manager in the Rio Grande Basin. So you can read it there. But he said he always says to his board, you know, I can't think of a better group of people to figure this out than you guys. So let's do it. Let's figure out a way to make this work for us and let everyone else follow. So I'll just close with that.
Thank you, and we do have time for questions. This was worked out perfectly. We wanted about 10 minutes for the questions and dialogue with speakers. So, I have some questions for you.
So first of all, thank you all for being here. And every time I hear one of these water presentations, I learn something. And every time I learn something, I realize how much I don't know about water. And that's from my own experience of running a shovel to try to make hay grow by making water run uphill. I'm not very good at that, but I still try. And being county commissioner in Grand County, which as you all know, is the most heavily diverted county in the state in terms of transfer diversions. So that's my experience, and again, like I said, I realize how much I can help. So my question, and I have a lot of questions, but I'm not gonna do that today. So my question is how are we not shooting ourselves in the foot with paying people not to use water? By paying people not to use water. And what I'm getting at is that can't truly be a long-term solution for this. For example, we're gonna pay somebody in Delta County to not turn on that headgate this year to irrigate their cornfield. How does that turn out to be sustainable? But yet at the same time, maybe we're gonna put more water through Adams Tunnel so we can keep that golf course free. How does that all fit into this? And how does that all fit long-term when we need, what's the priority? How does that all work in terms of long-term sustainability and priorities about what is important in terms of long-term health of our communities and our state? Sorry, that's a big high-level question.
I would suggest that Andy and Steve might want to take that. There's something going on right now in the state. Luckily, most of this happened since I retired. It's called a discussion and dialogue about something called demand management. So it's something called demand management. So I'll let Andy and Steve tackle that one because that, from my perspective now, someone in the audience of the water, that's really the biggest issue really facing the Colorado Water Conservation Board and the two boards these people represent is this question of demand management.
All right, we'll just use this one. I would actually say it's a bigger question than just demand, because I think the question is how to, knowing the risk, right? So Mary, I appreciate your question because we're paying tens of millions of dollars of water, not to use water. How is the funding of that sustainable? And I think you have to look at it in comparison to what might happen to our economies if we don't find a way to conserve water. And I want to be clear, I don't endorse today the way demand management is rolled out and planned. There's a lot of questions there that need to be answered. So I'm not defending what looks like a demand management program. But I will say, if we don't proactively conserve water, and some component of that might involve paying people to stop using so much water, or better, investing in infrastructure to reduce consumptive use, so transit loss and things like that on off-farm and on-farm work. So it's investments, and that's really going back to I think things that Bob Rankin talked about, things that Weiser talked about, investments in our future, investments with return. So what are we investing in if we're investing in people reducing their consumptive use of water? We're investing in a future, hopefully if it's planned right, where we don't get hit with that massive compact obligation that grinds our economy to a halt, that shocks us. We think that the coronavirus shocked some of our communities hard during the closure. Imagine, a million acre feet of water not being able to use in our state and the economic ramifications of that, and the great uncertainty to every business sector in our state. If we can't have that. In my mind, that's if we have that result, we failed at our goal. So what we've got to do is plan ahead, reduce our consumptive use in a way that is based on reasonable predictions on math and on hydrology. And how do we get people to reduce their consumption? Some of it is investment in infrastructure. Some of it may be investment through I could call it a demand management program, but through a program where maybe we're feeding the farmers and ranchers. And I keep picking on the farmers and ranchers, but 87% of the water in our state that is consumed in farms and ranches. So we've got to recognize that they need to be a significant part of the solution. As does our urban area. We've got to have that solution on both sides. But we've got to pay for consider paying to take marginal land out of production, not really highly productive. But what is marginal land? What does it look like? Voluntary transactions. To me, our communities, it might be worth paying now or paying over the next 10 years so that we don't have that massive shock when, because we've avoided it, for example. So it's something to really think about. We don't have the answers yet, but I would say there's some really great minds, people much smarter than I, working on that. We've got a great team at the River District. Steve is doing an amazing job down in Southwest already.
So let me just add one quick thing on the end of that. I don't think demand management is any silver bullet. It's not gonna save it. It may, I think like Andy suggested, it may have its place locally in some specific situations. What I will say is, a few years ago, the Water Basin States did something called System Conservation Pilot Projects, for the whole pilot. The value of that is we learned a lot from that. We learned how hard demand management is. We learned some of the really secondary economic impacts that might take place. So I think that was a good process that taught us a lot that demand management is no silver bullet. So.
We have time for one quick question off the Zoom.
Yes.
Yes, we do. We have time for one more question. On the Zoom.
It's Molly. Molly Lopez. Molly, go ahead and unmute yourself. You can ask your question.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? My question is also typed out.
Go ahead, Molly.
My question was, what would the measurement and data collection look like that you described, Hannah, for the West Slope? And any thoughts from panelists on how we might start to develop that kind of data collection?
Well, I think that Kevin Ryan is really the best person to answer that question. And I mean, I think that the measurement rules that he was talking about probably are headed in that direction. Our study was really looking more at the experiences of the other basins than trying to translate that directly onto the technical details of the Colorado Basin. But maybe the other panelists have some thoughts.
Did you hand that over to me, Hannah? I'm not sure.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, and so when we talk about data, let's be clear, I've been talking about, and I think you're asking about diversion data, how we divert water. You know, Andy just talked about 87% of the water we divert is ag, but let's try to be more precise about that. So measurement rules really just give people the basis, the understanding, the consistency, but along with measuring devices comes data reporting. And the Division of Water Resources keeps diversion records as our water commissioners get that data through their own observation or as it's reported by the water user. And so that's really what we're talking about, is getting that diversion data, real numbers, putting it in the database so that we can go back and look and see how the water was used. And instead of inferring it from some satellite imagery or you know, other observations.
Okay, thank you. I think we're right at 11 o'clock right now. So I want to thank Kevin, Steve, Andy, and again, thank you, folks.
Before I introduce our next speaker, I do want to again thank Business for Water Stewardship for their partnership in putting this panel discussion together. Now, our next speaker is here to talk about a topic that has come up a number of times already this morning, and that would be redistricting. Alan Philp is president of the political consulting firm Patriot Pathways. He is a seasoned political and public affairs operative with 26 years of experience running candidate and issue campaigns in 18 states. From 2015 to 2018, he helped coordinate the development and passage of 2 ballot measures reforming the congressional and legislative redistricting in Colorado. The effort began in the summer of 2015, and after a former Republican and Democrat elected officials laid out the vision for redistricting reform, but had no resources. For 2.5 years, Silk oversaw the efforts drafting, outreach, coalition building, and fundraising. So here to give us an update on congressional and legislative redistricting, please welcome Alan Silk.
Morning, everybody. All right. So, redistricting, it is fast and furious right now. We've got 1 month from now, we will have a very good idea of what all the legislative or congressional lines are going to look like. And there's about 2 weeks left on congressional and about a month left on legislative. So I thought I'd give a brief overview of where things stand and then actually show you some of the maps that are in pole position so that we can look at them. There's still time to weigh in on some of this stuff. So, there. So first is, as a refresher, Coloradans approved amendments Y and Z back in 2018 overwhelmingly to reform redistricting. If those had not passed, congressional redistricting would have been a bill that went through the legislature, signed by the governor. It would have been single party control for the first time in many, many decades. It would have been probably, just given the political circumstances of the state, it probably would have been a 6 Democrat, 1 Republican, 1 competitive congressional map. As a result of Amendment Y, you have a commission doing it, and they're looking at various different maps that are more politically balanced, but also respect more of the communities of interest generally. I think some folks on the western slope will have concerns about the maps. We'll talk about that in just a moment. Amendment Z was legislative redistricting reform. 10 years ago, 20 years ago, there was a Colorado Reapportionment Commission that was 11 members. The balance of power was really controlled by the Chief Justice, and it became more and more dysfunctional over the decades. It started out really well in the 80s, and it was okay in the 90s, and then in 2001, it started to go downhill. In 2011, it really turned into a mess. So a group of reformers from across the political spectrum got together to try and reform the process with amendments Y and Z. What they do is they have 2 commissions. So there's a congressional redistricting commission and a legislative redistricting commission. Each has 12 members, 4 Democrats, 4 Republicans, and 4 unaffiliates. To pass a map, it takes 8 members, and you have to have 2 of the unaffiliates on board to pass a map. So it does require a supermajority. Question always comes up: what if they can't agree on a map? In that case, the 3rd staff map, which I'll describe in just a moment, the 3rd staff map goes to the Supreme Court for approval. So it's a real roll of dice for everybody if they don't work together. They use neutral criteria for developing the maps. The staff, the nonpartisan staff that draw these maps have to abide by certain criteria, such as, of course, equal population, Voting Rights Act, contiguity, and then when possible, try and keep political subdivisions, counties and cities and communities of interest whole, draw compact districts, and then when possible, draw competitive districts, of which right now we have very few. And I think if the commission does a good job, there will be a lot more competitive legislative districts over the next 10 years. Equal population, by the way, on congressional redistricting means you zero it out down to the person. On legislative redistricting, they are allowed a variance of up to 5% between the largest and the smallest district. And they do that just so that you can avoid splitting counties and cities, etc. The process is behind schedule, but not terribly behind schedule given the COVID delays. The census data were several months late, but both commissions seem like they're on track to meet the Supreme Court's requested deadlines of October 1 to remit the map for congressional and October 15 for legislative. That means that the lawyers need a few days once the maps are passed. So the self-imposed deadline for passing the congressional map, I think it's September 28th, and the self-imposed deadline for legislative is October 11th. So, let me just also mention, I mentioned these staff maps. There was a preliminary map that was published for congressional legislative preliminary maps were published by the staff back in June. And they had hearings all across the state. They came here and other places on the western slope. And they had 32 hearings on the legislative side, 36 on the congressional. Then they came back and staff map 1 for congressional was released about a week ago. It's been in the news. You've probably seen it. The legislative staff map 1 is released on Monday morning. And it'll be formally presented to the legislative commission on Tuesday. So you get the state senate, the state house first staff map. Then staff map 2 for congressional will come out, I think it's this Wednesday. And then there'll be a staff map 3 8 days later. And they have to bring this all to conclusion in about 2 weeks. For legislative staff map 2 will be on the 20, I think it's the 25th of September. And then staff map 3 will be October 5th. And remember, if they don't come to an agreement, then the 3rd staff map goes to the Supreme Court. Oh, sorry. So back in May, Club 20, Pro 15, Action 22 got together and put together kind of a concept map for the 2 rural districts. And I know a lot of you have weighed in on this, as I've heard you in the testimony. But the basic concept was a west-east divide, 2 rural, mainly rural-oriented district, one that got the West Slope with the San Luis Valley, Teller Park, Chafee Lake, and of course Jackson technically is not Western Slope. And then the Eastern Plains, along with most of southern Colorado, northeast up through Greeley and Rome. So just kind of a general framework. So the preliminary map that came out in June looked like this. And so it basically took that concept of 2 rural districts, 1 west, 1 east. It did take the San Luis Valley and put it to the east based on some different communities of interest, the agriculture-oriented community of interest, the Hispanic population, and so forth. And it generated this map. There were several debates that went into the creation of this map and subsequent maps. One is, do you draw the 2 rural districts, 1 west, 1 east? Or do you try and draw north and south, which I would argue is really only south, right? Because if you split it, you'll see some maps here in a moment. You draw a southern district, northeast Colorado, northwest Colorado. Those aren't rural districts. They're just rural territory lumped in with the urban corridor. But you also had the El Paso debate, whether to keep the district fully within El Paso County. That has not been terribly in question over the course of the process. Denver is just a little bit too big to be a congressional district, so you keep 1 district fully within Denver, or you split Denver. So far, all of the maps, for the most part, have focused on keeping a district within Denver. And then what do you do with Douglas County? That has been a source of real debate. Douglas County has said that they want to be part of a metro-oriented district. The Plains particularly do not want to be with Douglas County, because Douglas County has a big population center and they're kind of an afterthought in the congressional district. So in this preliminary map, they did the 2 rural districts, west, east, kept El Paso district, kept the Denver district, and most of the Douglas County population was with Jefferson County, and you had a new CD8 that was in the North Metro. So this is the first staff plan that came out about a week ago. And they drew this at pretty much the direction of the commissioners, which the commission adopted a Southern Colorado community of interest, which then informed the creation of this map. And it was defined as Otero, Los Animas, Huerfano, Pueblo, the San Luis Valley, and the Indian tribes in the southwest corner. So what does that do? It necessitates splitting the western slope. And so the commission more or less directed the staff to draw the Southern Colorado district to split the western slope. And that's where we're at right now. It seems that there is a majority on this commission that is highly inclined to split the western slope. So this map particularly has been roundly criticized by most of the commissioners. This is not going to be adopted. And there's been some additional debate about where to go from here. This here is a map by LULAC, the League of United Latin American Citizens. Just wanted to show you another configuration for a Southern Colorado district that's been proposed. This is Claro, which is the Colorado Latino Leadership Advocacy and Research Organization. A little bit cleaner, but it goes from border to border on the south. And it splits Grand Junction and goes over the top to take Larimer and some of Boulder. Coleman map has been in the news the last few days. This is a map that Commissioner Coleman, who is a Democrat but has been very fair-minded throughout the process, has proposed, and there was quite a bit of interest in this general concept. You can see that it attempts to try and make more of the western slope goal and build a Southern Colorado district. It's an attempt at negotiating for compromise here. It then takes a chunk of the Intermountain community and puts it with Jefferson County in a very competitive district. Still has an El Paso district, the Denver district, the North Metro district, and then it takes the ski counties and puts them in with Larimer and Boulder. Most of the population of Douglas County in this configuration goes with Greeley and the Eastern Plains. This is another map that came out yesterday, and it will probably also gather some interest for the time being at least. This is another configuration for Southern Colorado. You can see that Mason County and Delta are there in the northwest. That district in the northwest is very competitive. It leans Republican, as does District 3, the Southern Colorado district, but not by much. And District 5 is still El Paso based. District 1 is Denver based. Douglas and Weld and the Northeast Plains make up T4 in this configuration. This map does have something going for it. I'm sure that a lot of people would have concerns here in this room, but it does have two pretty competitive districts. You could easily build a CD8. If I go back here to this first stat plan, the one thing that people have liked in this map is that CD8, which is the new district, the purple one on the North Metro, it goes up to Greeley. It is Hispanic influence, and it is a complete toss-up district. So, you know, there may be some attempt to work with this in the Coleman map to come to some type of compromise, but there's still a couple of weeks. Things are going to move very, very quickly over the next 2 weeks. Everybody wants to be kept whole in this process. The commission has made some decisions that you guys end up on the short straw. I just going to be honest with you. This commission, there are only 2 rural representatives on the 12-member commission. Sorry to say that for those of you that like the Western Slope poll, it does not look like it's going to happen. It's not too late to weigh in. I know that you guys have, a lot of you have testified, but there is still an opportunity on the Congressional Commission to provide public comment, written comment on the website, redistricting.colorado.gov, which is a very good website for looking at the maps and everything else that's out there, the upcoming hearings and so forth. So I would expect a flurry of activity over the next 2 weeks on congressional, and a map will probably be adopted about 2 weeks from now. Sent to the Supreme Court shortly thereafter. Let me stop there, see if there are any questions on congressional redistricting before I go to the state legislature. Back there.
So just timeline for written comments. What?
You can do it all the way up to the end. There's no deadline, and I would, of course, encourage you to do it the sooner the better.
When would it be about?
Yeah. And, you know, there that staff map was so roundly criticized by not just rural Colorado, but it was thrown out partly because of the testimony. So they get some of the message. They just, for whatever reason, the argument for the western slope that the staff adhered to early on has not been embraced by the commissioners themselves, at least sufficient numbers of the commissioners. Next question.
Although I know it's not in the list of considerations, is anybody looking at topography and geography of all of these districts?
Yeah, it comes up, and particularly in the legislative commission, they talked about, these measures of practice that you use on flat surfaces don't really apply to mountain regions, right? It's easy to put Lake and Picton together, but it's not easy to get from one to the other many months of the year. So it does come up. There's been discussion of that. The legislative commission, I haven't gotten to that yet, but they've adopted some communities of interest, such as the Roaring Fork Valley, Southwest Colorado, that district in Southwest Colorado that goes over the Red Mountain Pass now into Gunnison and Uray. I don't think that's going to happen anymore. I think they're going to clean that up. So they do talk about it. Any others on congressional? Okay, I will go to legislative. And this is going to get fun very quickly. So the preliminary maps that you see here, put them out of your mind. They're not even going to inform this process going forward, I don't believe, for the state Senate and the state House. There are a couple problems with this map that those of you on the western slope will point to very quickly. Even small ones like Kingsville County, Monterey, Lawrence, Gunnison, right? But Archuleta County down there being kind of working against the Wolf Creek Pass, it's divided from Southwest Colorado. The commission has adopted a community of interest defined as Archuleta, La Plata, San Juan, and Montezuma. That will almost certainly adjust that. There was a lot of testimony about going over to Larimer County, Senate District 5, number here from Northwest Colorado. That may inform some changes in the first staff map, which we'll see within 48 hours. This map has a ski county kind of community of interest identified in District 34. Whether that continues going forward, I'm not sure. But when you fix Archuleta, if you're within El Paso County and you've got 4 districts and you need to make changes, you can do it within the 4-district footprint. If you take District 5 out of Larimer County, it changes the whole map. So I believe that this whole map is likely to change fundamentally. FARO, again, the Colorado Latino Leadership Advocacy and Research Organization. Just for the western slope, there are kind of competing ideas here. That yellow district there, I think it's numbered 5 in their map, is Hispanic influence, 25, maybe 30%, I believe. And then down here in southern Colorado, they go over the Wolf Creek Pass to try and combine the Indian tribes with other elements of southern Colorado. That's one way of going. I suspect that it's not likely to look like that, but we'll find out for sure in a few days. The Farm Bureau put out a map here, probably looks geographically sensible to a lot of folks. It does look at the Roaring Fork Valley, but it has the southwest corner, it has Mason County home. I should mention in the Carl maps, right through Grand Junction. So Farm Bureau has a Northwest Colorado district. Districts 8 and 5 are highly politically competitive in this map. Colorado Neighborhood Coalition, I should have actually better introduced myself. So Colorado Neighborhood Coalition is a group with which I am affiliated. And our goal is to help make Amendments Y and Z successful and promote those political subdivisions, et cetera, et cetera. So, so that Colorado Neighborhood Coalition, this was a map that a group of folks came up with. Kathleen Curry is a name that you would know, and a handful of others that we came together with a map that we thought made sense and through a number of competitive districts such as District 8, District 5 there. The main takeaways on the state senate right now, I think you're going to see a whole new map on Monday, and that will really get things going in terms of the commission looking at and listening to testimony. So the congressional public testimony is done. Outside of written testimony, it's done. On legislative, this coming Friday evening and then Saturday, they have 2 hearings on Saturday, 1 Friday evening. You have your chance to weigh in on staff map 1 for state senate and state house. And I know they're not great times to do that type of stuff. I think it's 6 to 9 p.m. on Friday, 6 to 9 p.m. Saturday, and 10 to 1 maybe on Saturday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. as well. But go sign up. The sooner you sign up, the sooner you're off. You don't have to sit around for hours waiting to be called upon. But when you think about testifying, really think about how you're going to convince these commissioners to make a change. My suggestion would be look at the Constitution, the stipulations about not splitting counties, cities, communities of interest. The Constitution talks about what a community of interest is. Just saying that the Roaring Fork Valley is a community of interest is not sufficient. You need to actually explain why. Geography, water, trade areas, transportation, et cetera, et cetera. So I know you guys can come up with those, but be forceful in your testimony and be precise, be convincing. You get 3 minutes, and then they will cut you off right after. There's very divergent ways on the state senate about how to draw Western Colorado. Not too late to weigh in. You got the oral testimony, you got written, and maps will move very quickly by October 11th, and submitted to the state court by October 15th. Going to the state house. This was the preliminary map. Certain things about this will almost certainly change. I will be shocked if they don't add San Juan County to House District, they call it 52 here. But I do believe there's going to be a southwest border district there. I'll be very surprised if Hinsdale is added to District 154. But they may draw a whole new map out here as well. It's hard to say. I think there's been a lot of testimony about the configuration of districts 57 and 55 and 53 and how that all converges there. So I don't know, but San Luis Valley goes with that little arm into the city of Pueblo. Anybody know why that's there? Voting Rights Act. That is the Voting Rights Act district in Colorado. District 51 has to be at 50% Hispanic. And so that's why there's that arm that goes into Southeast Pueblo. So there will be a lot of change to this map. Claro, this is the, again, the Latino group has envisioned something like this. I don't think that, I think Southwest Colorado is likely going to end up in a configuration with a Southwest corner district, not as some people have proposed or we've seen the last 10 years where it goes from La Plata up through San Juan, Hinsdale, into Gunnison, and over to Ouray. I don't think that's going to happen anymore. I think Northwest Colorado is just a wide open question. This is the Claro map. They want 2 Hispanic influence districts there at 61 and 56. And you can see their vision for Southwest Colorado. Farm Bureau had a map like this. I'm trying to recall the boundary there. I think Glenwood Springs is in 57 in that map. Colorado Neighborhood Coalition borrowed from Faro, but didn't have the Park County District 57. But has the Southwest similar to Farm Bureau. We're just gonna have to see what happens on Monday. So Monday morning, we'll get all the staff maps, widely divergent ways for how to draw Northwest Colorado, but I think Southwest Colorado is more or less determined. Again, not too late to weigh in on these. Keep an eye out for these. It's gonna move quickly. Go online Monday and Tuesday, look at these maps, figure out what you like and don't like, get your testimony together, sign up. You can sign up now, even though you haven't seen the maps. You can sign up now and be sure to participate, because after next Saturday, the opportunity for public testimony is ended. Questions on the House and the Senate?
Thank you for being here. Thank you. My question really is probably the whole process in general. I'm Mayor Linky, board chair, Grand County. My question is really more in general, two things, kind of questions / comments. It seems to me like it's a real disservice to the low population density counties, such as Grand, for example, 8 people per square mile, in the Larimer or Boulder. We basically completely negate the voice of that county. So that's question problem number one. And question problem number two is when you divide water. Every single presentation today has talked about water. It is important. But when you divide watersheds and you have interests that want to go east and interests that want to go west, and now you have a representative that's supposed to solve problems for both of those interests, it puts them in a difficult position, let alone the people that live in those districts. So those two things I think are incredibly important criteria as we draw these maps. So I don't know that that's really a question, but maybe you can address that. Thank you.
Very good. Go back to so if you look at a map like either of these, you've got, instead of 2 rural-based districts, you're not going to have entirely rural districts that are rural, but you've got 2 in this preliminary map, 2 districts that are predominantly rural. Okay, the eastern one has Pueblo and it has Greeley, but those towns are affiliated with the surrounding rural communities. They're particularly in Greeley ag-based, but Pueblo is kind of the capital of southern Colorado. Like Grand Junction is almost kind of to the western side. And you have a western slope district. Those are largely rural districts. What you've done here, or here, or here, or there, is you've drawn 1 rural district, right? You've got District 2 that is going to be dominated by Larimer. This one is a little less egregious than a couple of the others because it has all of Mason County and Delta, but it's still, the population base is Larimer County and the Front Range there. And the population base in District 4 is not Akron. It's, it's Douglas County and Southwest Weld County. So I hear you. I think that there's just not, again, there's only 2 rural reps on this commission. Commissioner Shell out of Durango has been a very good advocate for you guys, and Jason Kelly out of Alamosa has been as well. But I don't think that a majority of the commissioners have absorbed or embraced the message of the western slope of rural Colorado.
We have a couple more questions.
Hi, Alan, Cindy Dozier, immediate past chair of the board of Club 20 and former municipal commissioner. When I look at the hierarchy of the criteria, I get concerned about the subjective nature of communities of interest. And I want to know how we make the argument that water is the strongest community of interest, because these maps are no longer reflecting that.
You're absolutely right. One of the, when amendments Y and Z were being drafted, the two vulnerabilities for abuse in this process were the subjectivity of communities of interest and how you define competitiveness. Both commissions overcame that second hurdle that did very well in coming up with measures of competitiveness. But communities of interest, what we've seen is, and commissioners may or may not understand what's going on sometimes, is that the parties, incumbents, et cetera, organize testimony to try and reverse engineer a map favorable to them. And that's what you've seen with these congressional maps. But there's been this real push for a Southern Colorado district. It's the part of the state that's been left behind, et cetera, et cetera. You know what? In isolation, it makes some sense. But what does it do to the entire map is the question. And for some reason, the commission has been so focused on this concept of a Southern Colorado district that splits the western slope and goes basically border to border, that they've lost sight of the overall picture here, which is rural Colorado needs representation. And in my view, they've fallen short on that. I think probably a lot of folks in this room would agree.
Well, I agree with you 100%. And I think my concern is that the competitive district is the third tier of the criteria hierarchy. So it should not be the primary focus. The two upper layers should be the primary focus. And I guess what I'm asking is there a more compelling argument we can make that will get the attention of the commission members? Because Simon Tafoya seems very intent on this southern district. And it doesn't seem like he's hearing from an unbiased standpoint anymore.
Yeah, there are some political overtones to what's going on with the Southern Colorado district. I will say this, that Club 20, Action 22, Pro 15, but particularly Christian, you put together such a good, thoughtful white paper, and sent it in and articulated it so well early on, and it made a difference with the staff, but the commission's gone in a different direction. So I don't know how else you package together all that good information. Question.
So, thank you for coming in for all this information. I'm Bonnie Peterson. I'm the Executive Director of Associated Governments in Northwest Colorado. We have 5 counties in our Planning and Management District. We have 3 associate counties. So, I have a couple of questions, and you kind of alluded to it. I was wondering what happened to the Pro 15, Club 20, Action 22 map, because it is a good map, and it does reflect our values, and it does reflect what we need in a map. So, sounds like they looked at it, said, okay, but no, which is unfortunate because it represents 22 counties. How can they discount that? But the other question I wanted to ask is the fact that our organization, Club 20, and many of our counties have passed resolutions saying that we want to be a community of interest. We want to maintain that community of interest in Western Colorado. Will that make a difference if we have all those counties send those resolutions in? Will they listen to the elected people, the elected officials who represent the people in this district? So I think that's important. And then lastly, what recourse do we have if we end up with a map that is untenable and unacceptable?
Yeah, I know a number of counties have sent in those resolutions. If you're part of a county that has not done it yet, expedite it, move it quickly. They may listen. Everybody responds to pressure like that. So I would encourage you to do that if you feel strongly about it. Recourse, the Supreme Court reviews it, and they look for abuses of standards and so forth. If you could make a case that competitiveness was elevated above a defined community of interest, you may have a recourse there. But it'll move really, really quickly. So this map, whatever map is approved, it's going to go to the Supreme Court. on or about October 1st, and they will set arguments, and it'll happen there probably within 2 or 3 weeks. And the Supreme Court will take any petitions, hear them out, and I think that they'll have an oral argument scheduled that'll happen within a few weeks there, probably by mid to late October. So it'll have to be done very, very quickly. So that's something that if you see this going in a course that bothers you, you can't wait until it goes to the Supreme Court. It's going to take money, it's going to take plaintiffs, it's going to take everything that you're going to need to pull together in advance. So think about it in advance if that's where you think you're going. One more question, maybe? Christian, how are we doing? Okay.
John Martin, Garfield County. Uncontroversial. You have left out a very important map in reference to this whole process. And that happens to be the map that's on the website that shows the districts in which the commissioners are from, as well as all of the staff. And you will see that only 2 are not associated with I-25 and their influence. We feel that it has been overstaffed on I-25, and that if you take an oval in reference to just about every map, all 8 representatives on the congressional side will reside within I-25 and that oval in the metropolitan areas. You're not following the rules in reference to what we see, and it is stacked for the metropolitan and the I-25 corridor. You are widening, extremely widening, the gap between rural and urban corridors. It is detrimental to Colorado, and we stand very firm on that belief. So thank you. Please, if you have in reference to the districts with the commissioners are on, would you put it on the board, and it will reiterate to this crowd on what we're talking about?
Yeah. So fully agree. I'm not part of the commission or its staff.
We are all part of it.
Good point. But I have made the point a couple times. There are only 2 rural reps on this commission. When we were making arguments to the commission or to the judges that were making the selections, we actually pointed out the geography of where the first 6 appointees were from, and in hopes that over the final 6, because they did them in tranches of 6 and 6, that they would have more rural representation. And they, on the congressional side, only went with 2 outside the urban corridor. So hear you loud and clear. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Christian.
Thanks, Alan. And if folks do want to make comment on those written comments, you're certainly welcome to reference the Club 20 map that was submitted. I know a lot of folks have done that in their testimony, both written and in person. So please do that. If you're curious about that map, it is on the Club 20 website, so go ahead and check it out. Before we head into our networking break, I want to do 2 more drawings, but I forgot my ticket. So. So first up, I have the ladies green polo size medium and a baseball cap. Now, if the size is not the right size for you, I have more where this came from, so just let me know and I'll pop it in the mail for you. So get your tickets out. If you put a ticket in here, there's only 5 to choose from. So whoever put it in there has a good chance. Number 585003. 585003. Going once, twice, all right. Done. 584961. Woo-hoo! Come on up here. Kind of a trucker hat, but you know. Next, we have the men's green polo. Size extra large, again, we can switch that out. John Martin, Wayne Williams told me to make you win this for him. So we'll see how that goes here. Okay. 584971. No, it's not.
Wayne Williams is the election official.
I'm gonna have to verify this. I had to, it always happens that way. Awesome, so Macon County, Steve Childs, 584971. Well, if Steve says it so, then it must be. We also want to thank our sponsors real quick before we head over to lunch. Our venue today was sponsored by Chevron and Rocky Mountain Health Plans. Our panel was sponsored by Business for Water Stewardship. Our stage prize sponsors, and there were a lot, were Pinnacle Assurance, Tri-State Generation and Transmission, Chevron, XL Energy, Alpine Bank, Black Hills Energy, Charter, Connect for Health Colorado, and Swire Coca-Cola, along with HDR. Our lunch sponsor today, today is Phil Vaughn Construction Management, Phil and Denise Vaughn. Our social hour sponsors for State Fry last night were Chevron, A&B Bank, Charter, and Colorado Rural Electric Association. Our lunch yesterday was sponsored by Union Pacific, and our break that we have coming up is sponsored by Chapa Colorado Ranch Company. Our general sponsors are Pinnacle Assurance and St. Mary's Hospital. And then we have little programs that you have in front of you. Those are sponsored by Mark and Kathy Fackler, Executive Security International, and for Ranch Group, Terry, it just says Terry and Ray, which kind of insinuates that they're married, but they're not. They just co-chair the Transportation Committee together. And then Team Black Bear Mountain Properties at Keller Williams. So let's give our sponsors a big round of applause. We have like a 15-minute-ish break. Please visit our vendor booths out in the hall. We will adjourn over into this room at noon for lunch and then a keynote address at 12:30. Thank you.
I didn't.
Perspective that how people might be engaged. Talked about that. So under the direction we got and the report that was issued, the commitment was to get an interagency working group together to start defining what does conservation mean, and more importantly, what are we measuring? I think one conversation that I've heard a lot of is, even if we can't perfectly measure it, there are probably many things we want to support as part of this effort. So unfortunately, I don't, since Colorado counties, I still do not have the definition I can put on a slide yet. But I can tell you that all of those conversations are just getting started. The interagency working group is starting, and those conversations are actually sort of just getting started. I think we started talking about the level for this report team in May, and that conversation is continuing and getting more focused as we try different metrics. And again, I think we've heard everyone loud and clear that people would like to be involved in on the level of that definition. If we're going to answer the question, however, if others in or on my way out want to catch me with ideas of what would be a workable way for you all to do that, I will start.
Thank you. Our next question.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you for being here today. Really appreciate it. My name is Ray Beck. I'm a former Norfolk County Commissioner. I also sit on the executive board of Flint. I spent a lot of time with numerous powers involved in state reps. the Safe Grounds Plan. Wapco County is the second largest county in the state of Colorado in land mass, 40% is private and 60% federal. Meaning that we have the largest population of safe grounds in all of it. And that plan never got formalized for whatever reason. And I would hope that going forward, as we talk about the greater safe grounds, that we keep in mind it's about the poverty. It's not a one size fits all. So that's comment number one. Number two, I heard a number of things in your slide presentation. We talked about, I saw words like engaging partnerships and locally led, community locally led. And I think those are all important. And going forward, I would hope that it's not just an exercise, because I've been involved in those. I hope that this is actually what we were reading there on the screen is truth, and that it can be locally led, because all these things that you talked about affects Western Colorado. So thank you, and thank you for being here.
I think having worked on the Safe Trails plans, as somebody in Colorado during the first 2 rounds, I think we kind of done a model here on how to work in partnership and to be heard, and I really plan to do that kind of also.
Next question?
You basically barely touched on conservation and what that means. My name is Deborah Urban of Breckenridge, and my property butts up to National Forest. My concern on conservation has been wilderness designation and what that means. I've seen over the last 20 years a decrease in grazing allowances and how important grazing is, and I'd like you to talk on that, on how important grazing is, but I see a decrease in that. And when you have wilderness designations and we want to conserve it back to whatever it was in the 1800s, that's fine, except that also in Summit County, we have a lot of areas that are being used by people, by tourists, ATVs, bicycle, whatever's up there. And that creates a problem because we have less fire mitigation. I do it on my property, but I butt up to National Forest. And in 2017, when we had a 2 fire, and there was a fire half a mile behind my house at the same time, that was an abandoned illegal fire by trespassers. And that year, we also had over 80 abandoned campfires that were discovered, not the ones that, of course, that weren't discovered. So could you talk to the importance of grazing? I would just have cattle, sheep, whatever roaming around, cutting down grasses when we're bringing in more people. And can we have a program where we tell people, if you're going to come to Summit County or any of our counties, and you're going to be in the forest, to be responsible, just as we are, who live there. Thanks for that. And I think you covered grazing and wilderness and recreation and fire, and I think that's really, and I just covered all those things too in some way, and I think that is part of the challenge. I think we do see this ongoing pressure on the lands for recreation. The federal government, all the agencies we've been coordinating that hashtag Recreate Responsibly program, just because this has been, many people during COVID have discovered public lands, and as I said before, they're not going away now because of public lands. And they're a wonderful place to recreate and be on. We always point out when you're talking to people. So, that brings us people. That's great, and that added to the challenge. I think we've been trying to really ramp up the information on recreating responsibility. Fire bans. I always notice when they come up in different counties that I'm driving in, those are in. And, I think that is a challenge. It's a lot of it is an enforcement issue. I know the burden is always on private. I'm just going to talk really loud and not yelling when the microphone comes back. So I think we know that there are burden out places. Folks like the back up to first line, and will continue to look at ways to make sure people can be responsible. It's a little bit of a challenge, Galen in particular, unlike Park Service and Forest Service, we're a little more dispersed. Recreation, we don't require a permit for every time you step on the land. That's part of the appeal. But that's also part of why we need this education. We'll continue to ramp up the state and really been leading on that this summer too here in Colorado, so I'm hoping it has an impact. On grazing issues, I think, you know, grazing is generally permitted in the wilderness, so I think that interaction should be something we can manage in statutes. And, you know, we are looking at updated grazing regulations and trying to figure out the best way to highlight when grazing can benefit management of public lands, and how it can be adjusted when land health is not necessarily grazing. So I think we'll have an opportunity to have a more formal conversation around that. But as I mentioned, you know, the amount of land that's open to grazing is the majority, I think, right now. So it is a big use on our public lands, and it's not. We're trying to support through issues like outcome-based grazing and how we know now about climate change, about the ability to be flexible. I don't know what to tell the Forest Service. Livestock and less people, but that would be a great conversation to be with.
And we have our last question right here.
John Martin, Garfield County. Back to my letter of January, the 100 days on the 30-30 comment plan. I am still waiting in reference to the definition of, again, conservation. I've made a official request, we've done resolutions, etc. We have yet to be invited to go ahead and sit down and come up with those. So I'm hoping that you will be able to send me an answer when we can sit down and talk about it. And the other one is, I am getting the feeling after 60 years of working with the BLM, that we are shifting from land of multiple uses, of many uses, and sustainable yield. Mr. Salazar, that sustainable yield has dropped off that mantra. It is still in the statute, and it still needs to be addressed in everything that we do. Are we going to go ahead and recognize sustainable yield into the future?
I wasn't here in January when you sent your letter, so I would love to have a talk with it, share it with me, continue that conversation. And I do think this is a challenge. We recognize that coming from this conversation about definition of conservation, and we say that it's a challenge and one that I really feel that we're committed to address. Any suggestions on an efficient way to do that are very much welcome. Looking forward to your letter, Commissioner. In terms of our mandate, it is multiple use and sustainable. All the laws that include with it. I think multiple use gets more attention because that's really what we most obviously wrestle with on a daily basis. How do we accommodate all the people, all the users, and all the uses? And it is really broad. It incorporates everything from wilderness to motorized recreation to energy. That's just easier to get around. Sustainable mandate is how we manage with multiple use. We want to do multiple use in a way that we continue to have a sustainable development now and for future generations. So to me, those are inextricable links and underlies that we can appreciate the thought to be more explicit about that.
Let's give Nina a warm round of applause and thank her for joining us. Thank you, Nina. Before we have a networking break and move back over into our main room, we do have a drawing. Did you bring your tickets with you? I see no's, I see yeses. All right, well, we'll just see what happens here. All right, well, first I have a cup 20 water bottle and notebook with a pen for lucky ticket number 584994. 584994. Going once, going twice. 585029. Yes, ma'am. That's yours. Also, I have 2 Club 20 polos in size large. Again, if that doesn't work for you, I have other size options for your choosing pleasures. 5844987 or 584987.
Okay. How about 584-977? Brenda, awesome. Okay, well, we'll get these over to you, lovely ladies, here in just a moment. Let's thank Philbon Construction Management for lunch. Just we also helped the Merkelmans make our food last night for steak fry. So they are in the We do have a quick networking break as we head back over into the other room. We will resume at 1:30 with a presentation on the current status of agriculture in Colorado. Thank you.
Excuse me. Oh, sorry.
That's what we saw.
I think so. That's a technical way to get rid of the buzz. Jiggle it. Oh, there you go. Oh, did you grab the point? So close. It's okay. You have to stay there the whole day. So you've got Kelly's slides. Right? Brandon has no slides. Sure. Callie, and then you're sharing. 90%. Oh, you're talking to head. I thought you were
telling me something about his presentation. Stop. It's off. Yes. Pretty good. How are you?
Are you holding up all right?
Yeah.
Not getting,
so?
not getting tired, are you?
Not yet.
Don't want this younger generation, you know, you got a long way to go. Keep up with those old dogs.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's
I
the other-
believe it.
No, I think it's the other way around. You got a
No.
lot of energy, girl. You know what? Are we about ready?
Yes, we're letting everybody into the room. And hopefully we got about 5. Not including.
No more distress for us. Welcome, everybody. Thank you again for joining us for our Club 20 Fall Conference. We really appreciate you sticking it out this afternoon with us. As we are all aware, there have been a number of ballot measures in the last few years targeting the agriculture industry. from the restoration of grid rules to implementing substantial limits on the state's ranching and meat production industry and defining what constitutes a sexual act with an animal, the industry has faced numerous challenges. Outside of ballot measures, dwindling water resources and restrictive land management plans have all contributed to the difficult environment the industry finds itself in today. Here to give us an update on the current status of agriculture in Colorado is Brandon Boehner, the Associate Director of County and Member Development for Colorado Farm Bureau. Brandon is joined by Club 20 member and Farm Bureau board member Callie Hendrickson. Please welcome Brandon and Callie to the stage.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I hope that we have a few more join us here. And I feel like I'm echoing. Am I echoing a bit? Yes, I understand that entirely. So anyway, we'll see here, but thank you for coming and joining us here after lunch. That was a very good lunch. So thank you to the staff here as well as the hotel staff for helping us with that. I am going to, we're going to do, Brandon and I are going to trade off here a little bit, but I wanted to kind of go over kind of where the Colorado agriculture statistics, why agriculture is important to you. I think many of you acknowledge that, but we may give you a few things to think about as well. And then overview of current issues. And then Brandon's going to help me get into a little more detail for each one of those issues. So I'm doing my technology is working well, at least, you guys, so good job. So why is it that agriculture is important to you? So most of us understand food security. But I have to let you know, I've had conversations recently with very well-educated people who, I had the question posed to me, which is more influential in Northwest Colorado? Is it agriculture or ranching? I will just leave it there. It concerned me. And the more concerning part is when I explained the definition of agriculture is the production of food and fiber, I was told that we had a different definition of agriculture. So that concerned me, but we all need to understand, and I think it's okay for us to reference ourselves as ag producers, as food producers. I think that will help us connect with the general public anymore just a little bit better. We want to talk about economics. I want to talk a little bit about the viewshed that agriculture offers, as well as the wildlife habitat. So the food security piece. Well, I don't think there's very many of us have missed very many meals. But if we look at the statistics, here in the United States, 10% of our homes are food insecure. And that's really concerning. And we need to continue to work on improving that. So speaking of food security and how agriculture, food producers provide that food for us, back in the 30s, one farmer, rancher, producer only fed 4 people. In today's world, we're feeding 160 people per operation. Keep in mind, what is it, by 2050, we need to be feeding a lot more. So when I calculated that out, we're going to need to be feeding 182 people per person, per farmer or rancher. And that's with that 70% increase from where they say that we will have by 2050 in the way of our population. So let's just real quickly talk about our current statistics. Colorado ranks 22nd in regards to state economies that depend on agriculture. I was actually a little bit surprised about that. That should help us with that whole redistricting conversation about how important agriculture is to this state, and we need to have a voice. Farm cash receipts for 19 was almost $7.5 billion. 2/3 of that was livestock production, with 1/3 of it being fruits and vegetables. So I brought this picture up here. Our conservation district hosted a tour last week, and this is really just kind of my favorite picture, just for the record. Nothing does my heart better than seeing nice green grass with a stack of hay in there. And there's some cows down in there. They're pretty hard to see. But the one thing I wanted to bring our attention to, since, as we all know, water is a big conversation. Those lines for the arrows look like they're a little wobbly right now, but you'll notice that there is a definite line where those arrows end. There's above the water line and there's a below the water line. And without irrigated agriculture, we don't have the green that this state is so accustomed to. Keep in mind, we're in a very arid climate in Colorado and to the west. And we forget how agriculture brings so much to the viewshed in Colorado. That's why we have so many people wanting to move to Colorado, but then they don't understand the policies that they help make and how they affect our agriculture. So I just kind of wanted to, the fact that our agriculture, these little ribbons of life, we hear them called. So anytime you see this irrigated ground, it's a ribbon of life you see across, scattered across our state. This provides the wildlife habitat that many of us appreciate and enjoy. I was, again, Representative Will, I saw him here earlier. He's in the hall to talk to him about this. You know, he brought up to us on the tour how important the spring and the fall, how important the fields are to wild big game in the spring and the fall because of the protein value to the big game and so forth. So this little usher, now he comes in, he heard us talking about it. So, you know, we're providing the wildlife habitat, and as well as you can see some irrigated water that's standing out here. We had a lot of conversation about the aquifer and what the value of our irrigated ground has to storage water in our alluvial aquifers and so forth as well. So our status of agriculture, and I couldn't help but think as I look back through our agenda, the full agenda for today, every topic was absolutely critical to agriculture. So while we talked water, we didn't talk a lot about the lack of water. We had some, but we haven't really focused in on it. So this drought, as you all know, has really impacted everybody. But just those of you that aren't in ag production, think for a minute just how impactful this significant drought has been, and we're going to get into that just a little bit more. And then I want to talk a little bit more about economics, our policies, and our regulation. So our drought, again, sorry, I'm going to reference our tour again last week, just because we were out in the Piceance Basin where the wild horses are out there. And this picture that you're looking at is rangeland. And that picture where there's a lot there, but I did draw a little red line around it. Those are literally dead roots, grass roots. That's been overgrazed for so long in that herd management area that not only is it grazed down, but the roots are dead. They are dead. They are not coming back. And primarily they're not coming back because we've had enough wind erosion and then water erosion, because we've had some of those hard rains, and it's washed the soil away from those roots. And we're going to see that kind of thing in areas that are overgrazed. And our agriculture producers understand that. And so they do manage the livestock, whether it's on federal land or not, to prevent this kind of thing. And thankfully the BLM is understanding in Northwest Colorado the impacts there. But you know, we need to think, our guys that are coming off of the summer range at this point, where are they going to get winter feed? If you can find it, it's going to be $300 roughly a ton. And then you're going to have the trucking costs, the fuel costs, and all of that. So we also have the whole water conversation as far as state administration. We've heard some of that conversation, compact calls, demand management, and then our environmental and recreational needs, and the list goes on. The other challenge that we have with the drought issues is our federal agencies. And what I mean by that is the staffing in our federal agencies right now. I don't know about the rest of his federal agency offices, but the Conservation District office is in the NRCS office. We have 3 vacant seats. We have 1 person in our office that's there 2 or 3 days a week. And that is it. So to get actual assistance, conservation and so forth, assistance on the ground right now is really being a challenge. Get into the economics. I didn't really look into exact prices, but I talked with several producers this last couple of months, and literally they have sold they've contracted calves this year for 50% of what they did in 2014. Now, I will admit, 2014 was the high year. That was the best. I think that was the right year. Is that right, Robbie? I think that's it. We had one fabulous year. But when you're talking 50% decrease in your income, trust me, your expenses didn't decrease by 50%. So if you can get it, you know, whatever that is that you need, getting that right now, you all know that in every other business too. Trying to get products is quite challenging, but with our fuel prices, our fertilizer prices, and anything else you look at, we've got definitely an increase. So agriculture, I mean, I get it, agriculture is not alone in that, but when you add the economics on top of the drought issues and then these other issues we're going to talk about here. So the regulations, we talked a little bit about these, and I'm just going to, just a couple of them. You all know you could list off a whole name of them. I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on it, but the waters of the U.S., rewriting those rules again. I heard a Army Corps of Engineers staff speaking just the other day, and he said, you know, we're not sure what we're supposed to be doing right now. So as far as an irrigation ditch or piping an irrigation ditch, do I need to have, as a producer, do we have to get a permit for that? Or do we not? And oftentimes your Army Corps of Engineers staff don't even know right now. So some challenges there. We're getting to get into the labor laws here in just a minute, the challenges that we have faced that. So those are just, as you know, that's a drop in the bucket. Our policies, we talked a little bit about this, or we brought it up, the PAWS initiative. Absolutely, that would have been the most crippling thing that could have happened to Colorado, but thankfully it was just, the ag organizations have been able to take that and get it knocked down because it was not a single subject topic, but trust me, it'll be back, and we're going to talk a little bit more about it. We'll very briefly talk about WOS, because you're going to get to hear about that from CPW folks here in just a few minutes. Just think about, I don't know how many of you have watched the reports on the wild horse issue up in the sand wash, but it's always the cattlemen or the sheepmen's fault, okay, just for the record. Always their fault, even though about 4% of the AUMs are being used up there by the ranchers. It's the ranchers' fault. And by the way, they came and went. They didn't stay there the whole time. So animal rights policies are significant. Our warming of the climate, I mean, that is, everybody's going to be focused on that. And we're going to have to keep working with that. I was great to hear about and have the chance to talk to Nada a little bit about the America the Beautiful conversation. We need to be a part of that, defining what that definition of conservation is. Moving to our single use of public lands. And we talked a little bit about how the livestock is being viewed negatively. And if nothing else, you're all considered a corporate farmer or rancher, just for the record. Just even if you're single family, your individual family, husband and wife, and maybe one or two kids, you've incorporated because you, for tax purposes, you're now a corporation. And so we oftentimes get viewed as corporate ag instead of simply being someone on the ground trying to take care of the resources. Continued policy challenges, our administration. current administration and some legislation need outdate. The workers' rights bill, we're gonna talk about that again, our woes. The frustrating part to many of us is how much it seemed like the CPW staff that are the scientists that know this issue were muzzled through that whole conversation. And it's really frustrating. The Farm Bill conversation, we'll talk a little bit more about that. Redistricting, we've had plenty of that conversation, but you all know how important that is to us. So, enough of the negative stuff, sorry guys. You know, the bottom line is agriculture, food producers are resilient and they are persistent. If they're nothing else, they are those two things. There are some of them that are going to need help. They're going to need some financial assistance, perhaps. Some of them who have never been willing to take any kind of assistance from the federal government or state government may have to at this point. The other thing is our emotional and mental health. We've heard a little bit about that today. There is nothing harder than a proud farmer or rancher than to ask for help. And so Farm Bureau and other ag organizations have come together and tried to make that as easy as possible because we do have some folks that really need that. So the bottom line is, what can you do? Those of you that are not in agriculture production, that are not currently producing food for others, we need help keeping the uninformed or the misinformed, help them understand the realities of what it takes to feed this state, this country, and this world. Agriculture does equal food security. Oops, I took us too far, sorry. Social media. It's such a negative thing for agriculture in many ways, but I am here to tell you that we need to find ways to use it in a positive way. Those of you that may or may not know, my sister is Jamie Van Winkle here in Grand Junction, and she has a fabulous Facebook page she's gotten thousands of followers now. And I encourage you to, if you're on Facebook, or if you're not, even get on Facebook, and I never say that to anybody, to follow that page, share that page with your non-agriculture friends. And just so it's Jamie Van Winkle, See Jane Ranch. And Jamie she just explains on a daily basis what they're doing, what their life is like, and so forth. And she's more than happy to answer any kind of questions. And I would encourage the rest of us that are in agriculture to do something similar as well. And the one message that I would leave that you could say to anyone who has a question about agriculture, who has a question about things like the PAWS Act and how abusive that agriculture producers are to their livestock, have them talk to somebody who truly lives that day to day. Why do they brand kids? Why do they do the things that they do? They are not abusing livestock. They are doing animal husbandry practices that are proven for these efforts. So I'm going to jump from just a really quick overview, and of course I lost track of time, so I'll hurry along here, Brandon. So the initiative 16, the PAWS Act, and I did have a gentleman that said, I wasn't really even aware of this. So that's in some ways that's a good thing. So we had some people that weren't aware that that was coming down, but the other thing is that concerns me is in the future, we're going to see this back. Okay, so it would have criminalized accepted animal husbandry practices. It would have required for cows. You couldn't harvest a cow until she was 5 years old. So much for your nice tender steak. And those are things that I think the really good news is that there were people even in Denver who jumped on that bandwagon and created their own Facebook pages and said, absolutely not. We cannot support this initiative 16. We want good steaks. We think that our farmers and ranchers do a good job. And they were supportive of us. And so that is the real positive of the day that we have. Again, we were able to get that defeated, but just know it will be back either in the form of an initiative or at the legislature this year. So please stay vigilant and we'll stay on top of that. I'm gonna leave the farm bill conversation for Brandon, so I'm gonna jump here to the wolf conversation. And I get to say, well, I'll leave that to the CPW as well. But just know, Farm Bureau and the other organizations fought darn hard. And there are some who don't think we fought hard enough. It takes money to win a ballot initiative. But I will tell you, they moved the needle a long ways. By only getting that, it was passed only by 2% instead of the many points that it was earlier. So we just need to know, we need to get on these issues ahead of time. And in reality, we've got to find a way to nip these things before they start, is really where we need to go. But please know your ag organizations are going to be very involved in this conversation as it continues. And I will just say, we know we're going to have wolves. Now we just have to make the best of a bad situation. So let's work together. Let's be sure we provide comments to the CPW as they go through this process and make the best of it that we possibly can. I think, Brandon, is that the last one that I am talking about? Okay, I'm going to give it to you then. Thanks.
Thanks, Kelly. I figured you guys would rather hear more of her talk since she actually lives, ag every day. I get to, look at people like her on a daily basis, but I did want to cover a little more in-depth policies for the federal level since I spent 5 years of my life there. So first, I'll just go real quick on stuff. But I want to do some kind of question, so I'll go quickly here. As most of you probably are aware, the last farm bill was completed in 2018. That means we're in the process here next year, probably of going through the farm bill again. I know 2 years or 3 years ago now, Senator Bennett held listening sessions around the state to hear from people. I would just encourage you to get invited to one of those to please go. As mentioned here, obviously Farm Bill affects agriculture. It's not huge in there, it's 23%, but still it's what helps, subsidize crop insurance, subsidize your crops, and it also does crop insurance and things of that nature. So it is an important bill to agriculture. So I would just encourage you to get the opportunity to take part in that discussion. Please do it. Jumping ahead, I'll spend more time on this one. So this year, this bill probably gives Representative Bill Nightmare still to talk about it. It passed. It's called the Ag Workers Right Bill. It's an ag labor bill. Basically, it was a broad piece of legislation that proponents who may not so politically say all of the Front Range area, none of which I believe have any experience, but they wrote the bill. Their claim was it was bringing agriculture workers on the same level as other employers. It's simply not true. It's in the slide, but I do know for a fact through looking at the bill, under previous legislation for other state employers, you had to have 8 employees in order to fall under some of these protections. Under this bill, if you're an ag producer, you have 1 employee, you are mandated by this bill. I'm not sure how that's putting you on the same footing, but that's what they claim. Farm Bureau fought hard on this. Obviously, our representatives did too. We don't have the numbers, so it was, as our Vice President James Henderson has stated very much from the beginning, our biggest goal is to make this the least worse possible. And so we were able to, with the help of Representative Will and Senator Rankin, we were able to get a lot of provisions out of the bill and move rulemaking. The importance of that is it's a lot easier down the road to get a rule rewritten than it is to have another piece of legislation. And so we're proud of that. Some of those provisions we got to make rulemaking for overtime. They were going to have overtime at 40 hours a week. I actually had the opportunity to go out here to Bruce Talbot's place and speak to some of his workers about how detrimental that'd be to them if they were capped at 40 hours a week, because they're only up here for a few months of the year, and that's the job they do.
and live on the rest of the year. So that was big. A couple other minimum wage, talking to Carla Courier, our president, and many other active producers here. Most people here pay over minimum wage as it is. So that's not something we were necessarily against in the bill. It's just, you know, something we want rulemaking in it as opposed to actually being in the bill. Washington US, Scally kind of touched on it. We're basically back to square one with that. Fortunately, until we get some sort of legislation passed, one way or the other, hopefully not that way, but it's going to be something that probably will keep coming and going every time we switch administrations. But we are working, our staff, Zach Riley, and our Denver office is working with our Colorado delegation to try to get the best possible rule out of this administration as possible so that we don't see negative impacts to our way life here in Colorado with water. And then finally, as Allie kind of touched on, and this is a proud moment, we, Becca in our Denver office as well, had worked with members of the state government and created what's called the CAMP program, the Colorado Addiction and Mental Health Program. It's anonymous, it's free of charge through vouchers, and it has telehealth capabilities. You know, we heard from a number of our members, you know, that they needed some help, but they weren't willing to, you know, put their name out there to go get their help. And so Becca worked hard on this program. I left the cards in my car, but I will get some with Christian. We have camp cards. I encourage you to please take one. And anybody, it doesn't have to be a farm bureau member. Anybody involved in agriculture, if they come to you and they say, hey, I need some help, but I don't know where to start, please send them to this website and we'll walk them through the process of how to get the help that they need. So we're proud of that accomplishment this year. I think that's enough. Just what summary real quick. So as you saw, by 2050, one farmer is going to have to feed 166 people. So we have to be able to meet that challenge. And I think it's something we can do. But we just have to be ready to do that challenge and know that we have to fight these policies that are coming down, which leads into we need to push the policies that are supportive of agriculture. And finally, what just from you guys, the final ask is just please, we need your support. If you're, again, offered to talk with the senator about the farm bill, please do it. These ag labor bills, it's going, those provisions are in rulemaking, so if you have a chance, please submit comments to the CDLE about how potential rules might affect your operation if you're in agriculture. Wolves, their CPW, as they're going to talk about next, is implementing wolves, and they're going to have listening sessions. So if you have a chance in your area, please go to one of those meetings and speak your mind. And then, as we heard earlier, redistricting, obviously your chance on the congressional side to speak in public is over, but you still have a chance to speak or to write comments out. And so I just encourage you, to write up your comments and explain to them the importance of, especially on this side, keeping agriculture, all together. Making sure that we have a good voice in Washington to fight for ag. That's all we've got. So we can take questions.
About 5 minutes for questions.
Don't let him off the hook, folks.
Questions for Brandon and Kelly? Oh, Nancy.
Gotta be.
Thank you, guys. You did a good job. One of the things that I've been kind of outspoken on agriculture, but it seems to me we might need a dashboard or Club 20 on that, because it's very interesting when you can nail down your numbers, your acres, by county, and what's important to them. And I've started a dashboard and I'm continuing it, and I don't know if there'll be a place for it on the website, but I think it's very important because when you talk about fusion, they need to know what starts the make that tipping into it's gonna be condos, not a view shed. And they need to understand your local economies, and I think it's very difficult, such a small percentage in every county, to explain who we are and what our acres is doing. So, I think a dashboard would help our legislators when they try to fight back. We had some 54 bills that in some way would have affected that. Whether it's trying to limit out-of-state hunters, because some of us are guiding outfitters during off season. I mean, it's, nobody understands all the information that it takes to keep ag alive. So I think a dashboard will help us. It's just more of a, I'm with you guys, and that's how we can get more people to support us, because not enough people understand us to that level of detail.
Thank you. Up in Silt, there is a lettuce growing operation that is opened recently. They grow lettuce and other greens hydroponically. So the roots are not in the soil, but they are in water. It's only about 10% of the amount of water to grow the same amount of lettuce as crop grown in the soil someplace. So they have trying to get state legislation passed that was specifically directed for this operation to allow them to be considered an agricultural operation. So it's an issue, you know, sort of urban agriculture, growing food indoors, which we probably need to be doing that to feed our population. We can do it using so much less water. That's a good thing. But then there's probably a few better components too. So kind of like industrial agriculture. I just want to get your take on what do you think about this trend in agriculture now, where crops will be being grown in a factory basically and not in a farm growing in the soil out in the field.
I'll just say real quickly from Farm Bureau standpoint, I spoke about, was looking for a job, Farm Bureau supports all the clients. So, if somebody's willing to grow it, whatever way, it's something we certainly would look into. But as far as soil,
I would just say it's producing food and fiber. That's agriculture. And we can support that. It's going to feed this country. It's not a backyard. It's still agriculture. If you just have a, third of an acre, but that's going to be feeding way more people than the small little backyard. Agriculture piece is too. I don't see why we wouldn't support it. Again, have to look at policy, but I don't know why we would. Let's thank Callie and Brandon.
So next, we have a related conversation about goals. Here to introduce our next speakers is Club 24 Chairman Merritt Linke.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you. So as you know, I serve on the technical working group for the wolf reintroduction. And I did give a short update with those yesterday. I'm not going to talk anymore about that today. I'm going to let you guys hear from the next two speakers about their take from CPW. Those guys will have to live with whatever rules and decisions and policies and procedures that the technical working group comes up with long after the working group has come up with whatever we come up with this year. So first of all, Reed DeWalt is the Assistant Director for Aquatics, Terrestrial, and Natural Resources for CPW. And I'm going to introduce them both, and I'll let them tag team who wants to come up first or whatever. And then secondly is Eric O'Dell,
And he is the, he's a species conservation program manager for CPW. And these two guys both sit on the technical working group as representatives for CPW, along with the other people that I'm sure they'll probably talk about there a little bit. All right, so thank you, Eric and Reed, come on up.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's great to be with all of you. I'm Reed DeWalt, as Merritt said, Assistant Director of our Aquatic Nutrition and Natural Resources Branch. Folks ask me, what is that? So I oversee pretty much the biology functions of the agency, whether it's fisheries, hatcheries, those type of things, our terrestrial game management, and then our water. So all very important topics to this group. So again, thank you for allowing Eric and I to be here today. Probably my biggest distinction right now is I'm the statewide lead for the wolf reintroduction process, which is an interesting thing to be in as I come from an agricultural background. Thanks for interesting conversations and thanks to when I with my family. So just a little bit about me, just so you know where I'm coming from. Some of you may know me, some of you may not. But I've been with CPW for 23 years. I started as a district wildlife manager or wildlife officer out in the Black Forest area out in the District Plains. After spending time down there, I was promoted to area wildlife manager over South Park and some of the Front Range counties of Jefferson and those counties. And then about 6 years ago, I was promoted to this assistant director role. So currently, this branch oversees about 200 employees at CPW. It's just a great group of folks to work with. And Eric is one of those, and I'll let him come up here in a little bit. But Eric is our statewide technical lead, so he's the kind of the brains behind this whole introduction. He was a principal on the Lynx reintroduction, but I know before that was not his house. So, and he has a lot of experience in this realm. He would also be in charge of wolverines, wolves, those type of animals. So, carnivores that we want to start. So, again, thank you. It's good to see all of you. I know this is a topic that probably to the Western Slope feels like it's being done to you and not in concert with the rest of the state. And by no means the CPW wanted to feel like that. We want to be partners with you on this and work through this. I think it was put well before us. We need to make this the best we can be, and we very much have agriculture in mind as we go through this planning process. So just a little bit of background, and then I'll let Eric talk more about the details, and hopefully plenty of time for questions, because there always are a bunch. So just a reminder, Proposition 114 passed by about 2% back in November. And it really requires CPW and more so our Parks and Wildlife Commission. They're really the decision-making body in all of this to do several things. So the first one it does is it requires them, and obviously CPW is the arm of the commission, is to hold statewide hearings to acquire information to use in developing a plan for restoration and management. We need to develop a plan to restore and manage gray wolves. We also need to comply with the reporting requirements before the state legislature, the General Assembly. And within those reporting requirements, we need to make sure that there's not impairment of tidal land uses because of the wolf introduction. And that's a major thing we're working on right now. It also says that we need to take steps necessary to begin the reintroduction of wolves by the end of 2023, and that's the timeline that we're currently to have the project done by 2023 or beginning of wolves on the ground by then. It also requires them to oversee wolf restoration and management, and that's including the distribution of state funds made available to address wolf and livestock conflicts. You can speak to that, but before I go too far, see Representative Will in the front row, and I saw Senator Rankin in the audience. And I think most of you know the passage of House Bill 21-1243 provided $1.1 million for wolf management and livestock conflicts as well. So thank you for And what that does is it enables us to not spend sports person's money. So it's a good thing. So thank you again. And then the last part of the proposition, what the initiative talks about is that we periodically obtain public input, a plan. So those are the things that 114 requires, and that's what we're working on. Back in January, we presented a plan before our commission for how we were going to get this done. Obviously, there's lots of moving pieces and a pretty quick timeline of 2023. What we did is we kind of came up with kind of a three-part plan. We've seen a lot of it this summer. One of the first parts of the plan was to hire a facilitator to help us with this. Somebody who's good with public meetings, public facilitation, and those type of things. We hired the Keystone Policy Center to help us with that. You've probably seen that name about, and that's what their role is to help us facilitate this process. The other part that you've seen this summer is a kind of public listening tour is what we're calling it. We've had, I don't know, Eric and I were trying to count on the way over 40 different types of engagements with the public. We had town hall style meetings where folks were able to come and talk to Keystone staff, just give us general thoughts on it. We've been collecting those throughout the summer, and we've also had more local group meetings, local level, we invited community leaders and people within the community to come in a closer environment, talk to Keystone and the CPW about their concerns regarding this project. And I think we've just wrapped that up. Over 40 meetings. Some of these meetings we've also done on special interest groups. Sports people, outfitters, agricultural producers, I want coming up, you name it, people that love wolf, that hate wolves. We've done a lot of this on the internet. Fascinating process. So we just close that process off, and if you would like to see some of those results, Keystone's still putting that together, but we should have a report available here probably at the end of September or so to kind of people can see the public comments and what that would be. I will take a minute to plug our website on all this. All this stuff is on a separate website for CPW's website. It's at wolfengagementco.org. And if you go on there, that's kind of essential for all of this information. It's a good website, and that's a good way to stay up to speed. So along with that, Commissioner Lincoln talked about the technical working group yesterday. So we convened 2 working groups or advisory groups. These are not decision-making bodies, but they're recommendation bodies, advisory bodies to CPW and to the commission. So we have this technical group made up of a lot of agency personnel, and Eric's going to go more into detail on that because his charge is to run the technical group. He's our technical expert on this. And then we have a stakeholder advisory group as well that people actually applied for, and the different representation from across the state. Large list of folks. That's a little bit bigger group, and that's more to go through the lens of politics, social implications, those type of things. So we can get a bunch of scientists in the room and come up with something, and then we take it out to the public. Are you guys crazy? And that's kind of what the stakeholder advisory group is, to make sure we're going through a social lens with what we come up with. And so we've had 3 meetings of the technical group and 2 of the, or 3, is it 3 or? We've done 3 of each of the stakeholder group, and we are traveling around the state with the stakeholder advisory group. The technical group is a virtual group because a lot of those folks are from out of state. Zoom, which is amazing. But the next stakeholder advisory group will be in Junction, right? 2 weeks. We'll be in Junction over at the community center. You're welcome to stop in and listen and provide comment there. So that's sort of where we are in the process. I think I'll stop and introduce Eric Liddell, and he can talk more about the stakeholder process and the technical working group, and then we'll both be available for questions.
Thanks, Reed, and thanks to all of you for inviting us over to talk about this. My name is Eric Liddell. I'm the Species Conservation Program Manager and the biological lead for our wolf efforts thus far. One thing I just want to make sure that is understood. We kept referring to what the plan is so far. There is no wolf management plan There's no wolf restoration plan yet. That's what we're in the process of developing. So through those 40 some meetings, those open houses and focus group meetings that he was describing, we take a lot of public input. We've got some, there's some obvious things that we need to address and through the technical working group, through that stakeholder working group. The first topic that we brought to the technical working group is the reintroduction of logistics. We have really good fortune of having several people that were involved in the reintroduction to Yellowstone, Central Idaho in the mid-90s, intimately involved with that are now part of our technical working group, as well as many others too, both in-state and out-of-state, as Reed said, many of these are retirees from the Fish and Wildlife Service or National Park Service. We've got Wayne East from the Department of Ag is on there. Commissioner Benke is one of the representatives on our technical working group. Robin Young from the CSU Department of Extension is on there as well. So there's a wide variety of interests and expertise represented on that technical group, as well as on the stakeholder. And again, that stakeholder group was a group that individuals applied for the membership offer to be selected for, and that went through a vetting process. And that group has been. So the way that process generally is working, and as we said, we only had 3 meetings. The first one was much more of a kind of meet, everybody get comfortable with each other. We'll be spending a lot of time in the next couple of years putting this plan together. So yeah, there is no plan. The technical group takes into consideration those aspects that are technical in nature, presents those the stakeholder advisory group. And that goes on and ultimately will result in some reports that can be given to staff who will be given the responsibility of putting that plan together, which will then be presented to the Parks and Wildlife Commission at some point in the future, so that we can have a plan in place that so the reintroductions will begin by the end of December 2020. So again, Reed said that the stakeholder advisory groups are open to the public. The next one is the 22nd here in Grand Junction, and they meet generally at least the 4th Thursday of every month. And those are open to the public here in Salina, Grand Junction, Pleasant Springs. That's where we've got the schedule out for the next several iterations. I'm sure there's more questions. I can spend a lot of time talking about it, but I'd really like to spend time answering the questions that you guys have to understand what it is that you're thinking about. So I'm happy to take some questions. Maybe you can come up and answer questions that are more oriented towards your expertise. Very interested to hear what's on your mind.
Robbie LaValle, thank you all for being here. When we think about whether it's a stakeholder group or a technical group, there is still heavy lift to provide the information that is being requested. Who is providing that heavy lift? When I mean like the research that would say, here's what we have found in other states, who's providing that? Or is the expectation that outside entities, meaning outside of the technical and stakeholder group, should be prepared to provide that additional research or additional input for those more technical? How do we get this done? How do we reduce the impact details? And specifically, the indirect costs are one that comes to mind. Who's providing that? Is that internal, external? What do we need to be expected to be able to provide?
Yeah, that's a great result. I'll take that. One thing I should say is that prior to beginning this process, prior to us beginning the planning process, we had day-long or multi-day conversations with CPW staff, with all of the states in the Northern Rockies and West Coast that have wolves on the ground, and asked them many of those kinds of questions. What are we getting ourselves into? What does this look like? What does wolf management look like in Idaho, or Montana, or Oregon, or Washington, or California? What have you guys learned over your 25 or 5 years of experience of dealing with wolves? So we have established relationships with all of those other states that have wolf experience, wolf management, wolf monitoring, and livestock issues as well. And so we've got connections to those states, direct connections to understand that. The technical group also has a lot of that. We're also very interested to hear from the public. So those comments that you have are ideas that you want to bring forward to make sure that we're considering. The Wolf Engagement CO.org website, we're going to say that several times. That's a very good thing to be providing that. But we do have staff, myself and many others, that are committed to
getting that technical expertise, technical information that's then presented to the technical working group. Vetted and make sure that that works. Some things, there may be technical relevance to a lot of different things that just may not be applicable because of certain circumstances. And so that's where that stakeholder group comes in to say, it's a great idea that will work here. But that's a great idea that can be improved upon by doing something else. And so it's an iterative process and it involves those two groups directly, it involves staff directly, staff from other states as well as the public. So there's not a clear answer to it, but it's to your question, but there's opportunity for those that have experience to address those as well as.
So thank you for that. If there's specific details of it, it's not just a comment. I mean, this would be actual methodology and that. Do we get it directly? You help me understand how we can provide that more detail, not just the surface comments.
Yeah, we're open to hear it. I mean, presenting that data, if you were to come to the stakeholder advisory group and make those comments there, providing specific information that way. Sending people, communicating directly with me or with Reed is also an effective way to get that information so that to be sure that it's considered.
Hi, I'm Nancy Fisher, and we help co-host chair public plans and committee to look at this going into the election. And it sounds pretty bureaucratic. And it's also done, we always trust the people. Believe it or not, but plenty always appreciate the CPW expertise, BMW work CPW, and I wonder if you guys get lost in this bureaucracy. And I'd like to know that the guys that know our land the best carry a lot of weight in this whole process. And I also want to make sure that we've done 2 plans before for moves. And I wonder how that'll all interface together. So if you could just speak to that, I worry about bureaucracy. Does it get taken out of your hands because they did it this way somewhere else and we have more moves and they have moves and I want you guys to know all that important information. So can you tell me how that's all going to mesh together?
Yeah, and thank you for the trust. Not everybody has that. But we appreciate that. We do on a large scale have some of the best wildlife professionals in the nation. I would dare say as well in their areas of those. Even though we don't have experience firsthand on wolves here, it's not that he has the best job. He knows what he's doing. Wolves and lakes, and I think the lakes is a testament to that as well. So I think the difficulty in this process is kind of to your point, this was a vote of the voters. And at some point, the scientists were taken out of that process a little bit, or a lot. And that's where we're trying to insert ourselves. The public facing of all this is what we just explained. That's the process. But back to the CPW problem. This is the guy that's right. I'm one of the guys that's right the plan as well. So we're taking the information from all the experts who've done it before in other states, but we're definitely putting it through CPW's filter. It's not going to be written by another state. It's not going to be influenced by somebody who's not within CPW. There's a lot of influence. There's a lot, but Eric's the scientist behind this plan. The other plan we've read is right here, our 2005 plan. We've done this before, and we will use that plan a lot. There's a lot of good work there involved in that as well, and that will help you. So I don't know if that directly answered your question, because one thing you'll see it across the West, you're seeing it right now. Wolves are political, grizzly bears are political. It's just the nature of these two animals that are political. As the wildlife agency, we're striving to stay. And see, that doesn't always happen, but the science standpoint, we're standing by to do that.
So thank you for joining us today. My name is Bonnie Peterson. I'm the Executive Director of Associated Governments of Northwest Colorado. We represent 8 different counties across Northwest Colorado. And our members are extremely concerned about how they have meaningful input into this process. I know you heard about this before. You've got a technical working group that's comprised of people from out of state, largely a lot of people from out of state. And our landscape is significantly different than those states. Those states had much smaller populations. Western Colorado has about 56 people per square mile. I've had people tell me, oh no, they're just like Idaho and Wyoming. Well, we're not. And so our counties are very concerned about how they have meaningful input. They represent the people on the ground. They represent every single person in those areas. And we have been asking and asking and asking how all the 20 states, or I'm sorry, all the 20 counties, Western Continental Divide, have input to that. Because kind of to Robbie's point, there are very specific things in our counties that can't be represented by one or two commissioners. We're thrilled that we've got one or two commissioners on some of these meetings, but the technical working group is closed. Our members can't listen in and hear what's being said. And if there's an issue that impacts that county, how does that county have input to that? Going to the stakeholder group is not going to give them the same information. We are very concerned about that. And we're very concerned about being stonewalled out of the process. So how do we have meaningful input, please?
Bonnie, I appreciate that. And maybe Mayor can help with this one too. This has been debated in front of our commission multiple times. It was not my decision or Eric's decision, or our director's decision, whether they have it for the county or not. Our commission made that decision. I'm not passing the buck. We did include two commissioners in the both working groups, and that was an attempt to provide transparency as well. And I think it's accomplishing that. Maybe not to that extent that the agency group would want, but we have met with CCI, we're here today, meeting about 20. We'll meet with AG&C to provide those opportunities. We continue to offer that throughout the process. This is the process our commission created and what we have now. So the technical working group being closed, and it kind of goes to that previous question of how do we let the scientists do their job? And that's why that is closed, is we need to allow those scientists the ability to deliberate without political pressure, whether it's in Colorado or in their home states. We have scientists from Idaho, Montana, Oregon. There's pressure from those states being applied, and we can't have a science discussion if those political pressures are being placed upon them. So that is why those meetings are closed. The SAG, we've done our best to make it open. If folks want to come, definitely available there. So this is a debate that we're going to have, I think, going forward. We've provided several opportunities. I'm here today. I was on the White River Conservation Board last week, making myself available there. We're trying to do that. Our commission is also available for discussion.
So I understand that and appreciate that. However, those states don't know our landscape. They don't know our communities. They don't know our issues. They don't know the concerns. Our members do not want to make this political. They are looking at how do we have meaningful input, because this impacts every person that lives in our counties and visits our counties. It is very, very critical. And we were told, well, we'll give you 5 minutes instead of 3 minutes when we do a meeting. Well, that's not adequate. That does not do what these counties need. It does not give them meaningful input. It does not help them understand. There are people from other states who are saying, well, you know, this is what we did in this state, but it may not work here. And if we end up with a situation where, well, here's the plan, tell us what you think, and you got 5 minutes, that's not going to adequately address the issue. This becomes really the lack of transparency and the lack of input with these counties really is impacting the trust that these counties have with CBW.
Okay, go ahead, Brittany. We've got a question on Zoom, and then we got a couple more questions in the room if we have time.
So Doug Monger says, the technical group wants to hear from the public, yet we don't know the thinkings of the technical group. Can somebody elaborate on why the technical advisory committee is meeting privately and not publicly?
Yeah, I think I addressed that previously. It's one thing with the technical group is, I understand the concern that some of these folks are out-of-state members. That is not the majority of these folks. These are folks that work for the federal agencies, folks that you would know within the federal agencies, whether it's state, Forest Service, BLM. Those folks are on the county, the two counties are there. We understand that there's this concern that it's not, other states are not Colorado. We get that. We're not Yellowstone. We understand that. We're not developing a plan identical with those folks. That's a major thing with Eric. Is he's putting that through a Colorado filter. We've had that discussion multiple times. This is a Colorado plan. What happened in Yellowstone may not be pertinent to Colorado. It's a way that somebody's done it before, but it may not be here. Now, again, to the technical working group, a lot of that, these folks, again, will face retribution back home, and we're trying to protect them from some of that and provide a science-based discussion that's not a political discussion. Now, the technical group reports to the SAG, minutes show up there, and that's where it surfaces with the technical group. Mayor, I don't know if you want to talk to the technical group and provide some information there. But that I guess that's.
So thank you, and thank you both for being here. So I share Bonnie's concern, and I was not an advocate, obviously, of this ballot measure in the past. However, I believe that what these guys are saying is accurate in terms of, yes, we know that some of the experts are not from Colorado. But I will tell you that I have pointed that out on these meetings, in that, for example, Yellowstone, Rocky Mountain National Park was one possible place where we would release wolves. It's a fraction of the size of Yellowstone. And it's also 2 hours away from 5 million people, where Yellowstone is 2 states away from 100,000 people. So those kind of things, I think, are well recognized within the group. And I do believe that the experts from Montana and Idaho and Washington that have been on these calls recognize the problems and recognize that Colorado is different. And I think that that will be part of the process and part of the plan going forward. And I will also say, to hopefully give you some comfort, is that, as you all know, there was a request to speed up this process. And I believe unanimously, the technical working group has said, no, we're going to take the full amount of time to make sure that we get it right. Because that was one of the opening statements that you guys will all remember. I said, we don't get a chance to undo this. We have to get it right. Because once it's gone, it's in, we don't get to undo it. We have to get it right. So we've got to take as much time as we possibly need to make it work, to meet the obligations of the legislation. So that's my mission, and you're welcome, Robbie, Bonnie, send stuff to me. I'll make sure that these guys get it. I'll make sure that it gets entered into however we need to get it in there. So I'm happy to do that. Send it directly to these guys. So yes, they are closed, but I think there's logistical reasons for that, because it truly is very science nuts and bolts things that have science-based information behind it. And it just really, in my opinion, would complicate the process if we had public input that is not necessarily in line with what we need to do scientifically, because that's what we're trying to do, is we've got the logistics from a research science-based approach. So hopefully that gives you some comfort.
Do we have time for 2 more questions? We do. Okay. Michael Murphy, I think that is hand raised, and then Steve Childs.
Michael Murphy, Hinsdale County. You guys came up, and it's amazing what you guys do to address this group and some of the others in such a volatile situation. I applaud you both. I'm going to back it up just a little bit. And these other states that have introduced the wolf, from what I hear, there's been a pretty decent impact on hunting and fishing licenses and things in the other states. are we taking a look at what we're going to do for the reduction in revenue and how we're going to cover that aspect? For hunting and fishing license up in the other states, is there going to be an impact in Colorado? And if so, are we planning for it?
That's a great question, and I appreciate it. Yes, there will be some sort of impact. Obviously, put another predator on the ground, there will be positive impacts, negative impacts. We're studying that now. We've had, since the passage, a few months to look at that. We are in the works internally of starting to, like, for example, look at potential impacts to our moose. Moose are very valuable to Colorado. We're starting projects internally to start to look at potential impacts to moose. We have wolves in North Park, we have moose in North Park. We're starting projects like that now. We've started a project up in the northwest corner, up in Unit 201 on elk. However much elk up there to see if we start to move some of those high quality wolves in that area, and that high quality. So we're doing that from an ungulate perspective as what potential impacts. This is a testing ground to see what the impacts are going to be. As far as implications to license sales, yeah, we're concerned, and we're looking at it. Some of it's a story that will be written. The example, what I said before, the legislature has stepped up and supported this bill funding now, and know we need to go forward with positive revenue. I'm confident they'll be there again. So do I have exact numbers? No, but we are partly.
Thanks for being here, Kyle. I'm our Pickens County Commissioner. Francis Jacober is one of my colleagues with over from. We heard all this research about the wolves and the moose, or I've never heard any research about the interplay between the wolves and the lions and the coyotes and bears. We have a really high predation in our area with elk cows. I think it's probably because of lions and coyotes. We don't have any wolves. But is there any research that shows what will happen if there are wolves come into an area where there's already these other predators which are a problem? Are they going to be reduced, or do they all make them further reduce the elk herd and wolves?
Yes, it's a great question, and there is research on it. And I'm always reluctant to say, to make a strong prediction. If we have wolves in Colorado, this is what's going to happen. We don't know. It is a different landscape than where much of this other research is happening. In those areas, in Yellowstone is a great place because they have done so much research, very intensive, as has the state of Montana, the state of Idaho, Oregon, and Washington, that most opportunity for doing research. And by and large, the results are that where there are wolves present, coyote populations are diminished. Coyote populations go down. Same with mountain lions. And so there is this obvious interaction amongst all of that apex predator scale of animals. And so how that plays out, how exactly that will play out, it's impossible to say right yet, but I think that there should be an expectation that there is some sort of a change amongst that predator community.
Let's thank Reed and Eric for joining us.
Before I introduce our final speaker, I have the last round of drawing, so get your tickets out. For some golf balls and a divot repair tool, I have 589-959. 584-973. Right there, got it. Okay, next up, I have the Women's Club 20 Jacket and 60th Anniversary Polo, 585-010. Woohoo, Laverne. Okay. We got that from Miss Laverne. I have the Green Club 20 Fleece, 584-988. Wonderful. I'll come follow up with you afterwards. And last but not least, Fall Conference and Candidate Debate Registration for 2022, a $180 value, 585-014. Mary Jo, it's actually oh, Kathy Roach. Kathy's going to debates next year. Wonderful. Thank you. So I'm excited to bring you our final speaker of the day. Ben is the director of the acclaimed Colorado Center of Excellence for Advanced Aerial Firefighting within the Division of Fire Protection and Control, and that's within the Colorado Department of Public Safety. Ben spent the first part of his career with 15 years of service in the Mason County Sheriff's Office. Ben was the founder and program director of the first operational unmanned aerial system program for non-federal public safety agency in the United States. At the Mason County Sheriff's Office, UAS program has been covered by news organizations around the world. So here to give us an update on the current state of wildland fire technology, please welcome Ben Miller.
Wow, what a day. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Typically, gosh, worried we talk advanced technology and I'm worried about the lost overlooks in the crowd, et cetera, et cetera. Let me, quick recall today. The Colorado River Compact Call, we did that one. Redistricting in Colorado. And then we just talked about wolf introduction. So I'm actually in a good place. I appreciate that. I'm going to talk for probably the next 2 hours on, no, 30 minutes on the technologies that we're working on in the state of Colorado. I need to make sure that technology. Within the state fire department, you probably have heard of CAL FIRE. That's California State Fire Department. We technically are COFIRE. However, in the state of Colorado, one of our aviation contractors has already trademarked that name. So we have the Division of Fire Prevention and Control, Mentor State Fire Department. Within that organization, I'm the section chief in charge of the Advanced Technologies Group, which is also known as the Center of Excellence for Advanced Technology Aerial Firefighting. We look at making sure, researching and making sure that our state fire response organization is operating in the state of the art. We're going to talk about the projects that we're working on there. I'm going to skip over, for the sake of time, a couple of slides. This slide talks about the fact that we have a fire problem in Colorado. I don't think I need to talk about that. This slide talks about the fact that as fires progress, the rate of impact goes up with the length of the incident. That's kind of an obvious one. And then this talks about this approach that we're kind of moving to in the state of Colorado, all these different things, responding to the fire problem. But one of the critical things is that we always talk about, or have in the past, we talked about mitigation or suppression. And we're really moving to a place where we can confidently and comfortably talk about mitigation and suppression. And the difference, or the switch is that we want to lessen the likelihood through mitigation. And we also want to lessen the severity through early detection technologies, rapid initial attack, etc. So our organization is primarily focused on rapid initial attack, or early detection, rapid initial attack. And back in 2013, a bill was passed that created Colorado Firefighters Air Corps. Probably got that term wrong. Initially, it purchased 2 aircraft. We call them the multi-mission aircraft. And that basically has a 15-inch camera ball. It's literally identical to the same cameras that are on Predator drones. And those 2 aircraft are manned. They have a crew of a pilot and 2 in the back that look at the data coming from the camera in the back. That camera has infrared capability on board, and they fly in after lightning storms and look for starts. And the idea there was that if we could catch them when there were 1 or 2 trees and get them put out, that would be a significant change in the way we wait until we see the big column of smoke coming up from over the hills, and then we begin to go address it. By that time, Mother Nature has the upper hand. So we're killing fire now at a rate, well, at a significantly greater rate than we used to, because of that early detection. And granted, these are in specific cases. where there is threat to values, right? We detect a fire that occurs a long ways out in the wilderness. There is no threat to values at risk, human life, etc. It becomes more of a forest management piece. But in the wildland urban interface, we detect fire. We are bringing significant resources to bear. In the creation of the MMA program, the multi-mission aircraft, our organization, the Center of Excellence, was also created. The goal was to make sure that we're constantly investing in the correct and state-of-the-art technologies to support that program and moving forward with new tech. So I'm not going to speak on the fire problems or the statistics that we have so far in the state of Colorado this year, the resources that were recently acquired, etc. That's not my lane. I have counterparts within the organization that can speak to that. And if you have those questions, I can put you in touch with. What I am going to talk about, like I said, are the programs that we're working on to make sure that we're the state of the art. Interestingly enough, I have a slide that I usually share. I didn't bring today, but I've got an ad from 1985 for Radio Shack. And it lists all these deals on different items, and there's 25 or 30 things on this ad. And I put it on there, and I kind of jokingly ask everything on there, or of the things on the ad, what is available on your smartphone, and the actual answer is all of them. When I first started doing that, there was a little radar detector at the bottom you get for $29.95 on sale in 1985 from Radio Shack. And I used to say the only thing not on your cell phone is this radar detector. And I had a guy in the back one time say, actually, there's a map for that. So my goal, really, to break it down, is to make sure that when we hire a new firefighter, they come in and use the same technology that they have at home. Because interestingly enough, up until recently, that really wasn't the case. We would have really police officers and firefighters show up to the job, and they were always kind of scratching their head like, I think I have more access to technology from Best Buy than from my new employer in the public safety space. So we're trying to fix that problem. I do that, and I haven't been clicking this one. Oh, no, too much. I do that with a fantastic team. Team of 8 of us in total. We range everywhere from former Helitac folks to a PhD electrical engineer. I have an attorney on the team. My administrative assistant is also a professional document editor. We really are an all-star team. And I think one of the things that makes us unique and really our value add is that we all have a public safety background, over 150 years in the public safety space. But we all work full time. Recently, NASA Ames and NASA as an organization has reached out to the fire community and are seeking ways to help us. They've done this national search of potential partners. We're going to be one of them. In that process, in a phone call we had, one of the things they said is, we like you best because you work full time. And that's a significant thing. And in my experience, this is year 21 in public safety. There's been folks like me, technologists, that are always looking for new tools, etc. But they're also full-time operators, and they take the call, right? Any project maybe they were working on or interested in gets put on the back burner. And then adoption of technology takes so long that by the time they're ready and have tested it, made the case, etc., it's now out of date. The world's on to the next thing. So we focus and move rapidly. We have a strong partnership with NIST, the National Interagency Fire Start out of Boise, specifically with the U.S. Forest Service, where we are deliberately and have been contacted by them to do a couple projects for them because we move much faster. We're a little tactical ship on the sea, I guess, and they're more like an aircraft carrier in the way they look for and adopt new technology. So I'm moving out some cool projects that way. In the time since our adoption in 2014, we're now on and currently have about 15 formal projects. We operate unmanned systems training program for all Colorado Department of Public Safety staff. That includes state patrol, Colorado Bureau of Investigation. We've opened up that process to all public safety agencies in the state of Colorado. And that's just adding that additional component and kind of professional culture to the use of unmanned systems for drones in the space. You may or may not know the FAA now has rules and stuff you have to pass, but it basically is a simple written test, and here's your ticket, even if you've never flown a drone. So we take that process a little farther farther to make sure that we're creating a professional culture within the use of unmanned systems. We're talking about those things. I'm going to get into that section first, and then I'm going to talk about really some other projects directly impacting the wildland fire problem. Our organization is broken up into 3 groups: our unmanned systems group, our wildland fire technologies group, and our aviation projects group. And the key things that we're working on in unmanned systems right now. There we go. I have cues here and a clicker here. We'll make this happen. I think I'm doing the path ahead. So this is a new system that our wildland firefighters have just adopted. We did some testing initial on it, did some verification stuff, its capabilities, but those little ping pong balls are called what's called PSD. That stands for plastic fear dispenser, right? Yes. What the interesting thing is on board in that little sphere, there's a powder called potassium permanganate. And when you mix that with glycol is a fancy term for space on it, antifreeze in your car, it's literally the same stuff. You mix those 2 things together, you have fire very shortly later. We use that to do prescriptive burning. We typically drop these balls out of a manned helicopter, and now we're using drones. We can draw a box on a map on a tablet, upload that into the drone. The drone then goes and flies out in a very prescriptive fashion, predetermined. It drops those balls on the ground, and we can use SMIRE in our favor to fight wildfire. Very cool stuff. The other thing that drone carries is an infrared camera. We can take off of that and go look at the immediate area, fire behavior, etc. And we're very excited. Ironically enough, and really in a sad way, the day that we went out with the BLM to look at the system a few years ago in Florida that day, they had an aviation crash of PSD operation. And the risk to that operation is they're flying slow and low. So slow doesn't do a good job aerodynamically. It's a very challenging environment to fly in. And obviously low gives you a very small envelope of correction should something happen. And that day it killed both of the crew members. And this is not only more accurate, more cost effective, but obviously it removes that very high risk operation. So we're very excited. We've got 3 of those systems in the state of Colorado now, and we will be moving that program further. It takes significant collaboration with the federal partners, and so we recently received everything that's necessary to go apply those now collaboratively, not just in state responsibility fires, but continue to use those as fires become federal in their management and ownership. The next system in an unmanned systems space that we're looking at, this will be first in the nation for the state, is a Polynesia contract for what we call a Type 1 aircraft system. So we talked about those, the MMA, the manned systems that fly from Centennial, Colorado, and do those detection missions for us. Those sometimes can be called to 2, 3, 4, 5 different requests in a single flight. So they leave from Centennial, Colorado, they fly past 300 miles an hour. They go in after lightning storms, etc. They find those single tree fires. They broadcast those coordinates down to the ground, and they literally go to the next area of interest. They do provide overwatch for the incident, whether that's the initial attack piece or as the fire grows and becomes a complex fire. But then they're called to other places. They have limited fuel duration, etc. These systems here take off vertically like a helicopter and then fly like an airplane and can stay in the air for 15 hours at a time and burn significantly less amount of fuel, providing the same amount of data. So we're very interested in this technology. You order it up, it shows up in a Ford truck and a trailer, 3 guys, and within the hour, they're airborne and can fly consistently, uninterrupted for about 14 hours on your incident. And we think that will kind of backfill when the MMA is kind of moving on, going back to fuel, etc. So interesting stuff there. We know statistically that one of the top ways to take a firefighter out of the fight is sprained ankle. And so we're interested in unmanned ground systems and their ability to carry stuff for us. We use ATVs right now. Those come with their same amount of risk and safety statistics. And so we think that if we could have a track system that could carry equipment for us, we did a test. That's Honda. They sent out their new driverless ATV. We were on an
fire, did some field testing. And basically, our firefighters would drive that in like a radio control joysticks, and then when they got to the fire line, they would send it back autonomously, so it retraces its footsteps all by itself. And it carries 600 pounds of more water, fuel, etc. on board, and then they can hit a button and drive back on its own. That removes the firefighter from that back and forth from the fire line to their resources, logistics. And we think, I think it's quite obvious that in the future, these types of technologies will reduce those situations where we have injured firefighters, etc. And you may have seen Boston Dynamics, that little yellow dog called Spots or 4 legs. We're very interested in what we call quadruped robotics for their ability to step over logs and travel like we travel. The challenge with wheeled or tracked vehicles is they come up to a log and they're stuck. We might step over the log, but it can't. So we've got Boston Dynamics in play, and they're coming out to see us with some equipment. We've given them some preliminary requirements of what we would want their systems to do, and we're curious to see if they can accomplish the task. They told us initially they can carry about 30 pounds for 2 miles, and the little guy just walks right next to it. So pretty exciting stuff. And then the last thing in our unmanned systems section I want to talk about, we did some detection stuff. I'll just speak quickly. We've always heard that if you fly, we can't around wildfires. That means that if you put up your drone in our way, we ground our aircraft. Very low tech approach to that problem. If you fly, we can't. We call it our Mark 1 eyeball. We look in the sky and we see a small dot. That's a drone, and we land our aircraft. Or I didn't see the small dot. We land our aircraft. We can land $50,000 in an hour worth of resources that are combating a fire because we saw a dot. So we looked at some technology that, with radar and some other frequency detection stuff, looked at that problem. We found that it's very challenging. In so much of that technology was neat, and from a nerd perspective, I was like, wow. We found things from a practical application perspective where it just didn't look at big enough space. And right now, that technology probably doesn't help us. So for now, it's still a if you fly, we can't. So moving on to our wildland fire project section. This is the big one in the wildland fire space. It's called resource tracking. In real time, we want to see where our resources are. When I say resources, that's the whole list. That's firefighters, fire apparatus, water locations, aviation, helicopters and tankers, et cetera, et cetera. And literally, on this cell phone, thanks to our friends and neighbors in special forces, this is a thing called the Team Awareness Kit. And I'm actually looking at all the resources in the state of Colorado in real time. We can do this on a very granular basis, i.e. literally the people on this 10-acre event, on this 100,000 acre event, 200,000 acre event, for this Western region in real time. The other things that we've integrated now into the Team Awareness Kit are positional data, right? When I started in public safety back in 2000, I'll never forget, my field training officer said, situational awareness, that's the big ticket thing you got to figure out. Is this culmination of all the information that you have, report from the reporting party, the information coming in over your radio, where you're at, what street corner you're standing on, those types of things. Now we're calling it spatial awareness. We add that real-time spatial component. So the tagline I use is we put aware to the what. I'll tell you that some of the best communicators in the world are your public safety folks. They get on that radio and they talk into it, they do a fantastic job. However, at every bad event we've had, including the loss of life of cops and firefighters, in that AAR, that after action review, we always come up with the fact that in the process of chaos occurred that led to death, we failed to communicate effectively for a lot of reasons. Now in the future, actually, that we're very close. I would actually call the president. We know the space. If I call out for help on the radio, the people that need to know exactly where I'm at because I'm a real-time dot on a map on their tablet, their phone, their computer. If the MMA calls down on the radio, which we just had an event in Durango where this happened, they look down and they say, hey, I see a fire, I see a vent, I can go into TAC. I see the icon moving around the map, that's the MMA. And then there's this line coming out of the icon, it's called sensor point of interest, and it's actually graphically on the map where the MMA is looking. So no longer does the MMA have to say, I see a new fire below you. It's next to that rock, next to the water, and you're standing in the trees, but I don't see rock or water. You just look on your phone, and now you know where you are, where the MMA is looking, and instantly I can put those two bits of information together. And instead of running the wrong way, I run the right way. The next step to this that I'm really interested in is, so the thing called haptics, okay? Your phone vibrates in your pocket, whatever. I've got a guy running a saw, I'll run a saw, I call him on the radio and tell him to run. They're not gonna hear me. We're looking at, it's just a watch, has basically an arrow. And if I hit a button and provide a direction for them to run, it vibrates, gets their attention, they stop the saw, and look at the wrist, there's an arrow, and that arrow is the direction they need to run right now. So we're getting to a point where we're creating greater safety for firefighters. We'll be significantly more efficient, and through resource tracking, we'll burn less jet fuel, et cetera, et cetera. One of the things that's very interesting is that when you probably, I think at each one of you, using like United Airlines, American Airlines, whatever, you got on board, you taxied out, and maybe you sat next to the runway for a little while, and it just didn't make a whole lot of sense. The reason you're doing that is because the computer system says, hey, wait a minute, don't take off yet. Because if you do, you're just gonna fly from Grand Junction, you'll arrive to the DIA airspace, it'll be so busy that we'll fly around a couple of circles until it's time to land. It'll cost us gas. We think through resource tracking, we can do the same thing for air tankers and helicopters, and potentially save as much as we've spent on the system. I want to show you one interesting thing real quick. I don't know. Not sure. Yeah, play button. The next cool thing that we've done with resource tracking is we've integrated this track data into our MMA program. You'll see here, this is actually Mesa County. This is the Beaver Tunnel fire just recently. This is engine 126 from the Mesa County Sheriff's Office. There's a phone like this sitting on the dashboard of that fire engine. And you see that blue dot? That blue dot is generated by this phone back to the network that's then inputted and overlaid in that video. When they look at the ground, that they can identify what they're looking at in real time. And you saw when it was zoomed out, when the camera zoomed out, you don't see a fire truck, you see a view shed. But now you see a dot in the name, and then you zoom in on that. So just recently in Durango, we had a couple of BLM engines heading down to, I think it was an initial attack, small fire. MMA was overhead, and we've got BLM information in the system. They saw the dots. They didn't see the engines, they saw the dots. They zoomed in on them, and they noticed that had they gone around the corner, that's the fire department. In the past, they'd get on the radio and say, hey, we see a couple engines down there, and if you can hear us and that's you, you should turn around. Now, because of this, they called them by name, told them to turn around, they did, and didn't drive into the fire. So we think this is a significant advancement in the way we do fire. Next up, real quick, one of those things that we do at DFPC, and I think we do well, is early detection. I like to say that our early detection comes through is strong. We have the MMA program. We also have a program from our friends at the Department of Defense. We're one of the early adopters. In fact, we've done a significant little chunk of investment here in the state of Colorado into this program. I can't talk a lot about it. I can talk in ways that you can probably figure out what I'm talking about. We send folks into a little booth over at Buckley Air Force Base, and they see information that then they put out reports that tell you where fires have just begun. It's very good. One of the I wouldn't call it shortcomings, but where the MMA falls short is that's only when the MMA is in flight, right? It's only when it's up. This is a never blinking eye, we'll call it, through partnership with our friends at the Department of Defense. And we can generate out of this program early detection. We're even getting to the point where we can generate fire quarters, et cetera, from the data that they have access to. It is classified. Our folks have to go through the security process, et cetera. They work with their partners at the National Guard and the Air Force. But this is kind of fast forwarding our ability to detect fires. And the key again is that we can get to them early right, so one more thing on fire detection. You may or may not have heard about cameras. Cameras are awesome in certain aspects of the operation. One of the interesting things, and that's in the conversation around cameras, is this detection camera piece, where we put a camera on the mountaintop, we point it off into space, and artificial intelligence watches the video for us and it tells us when there's a fire. We're working on that in Southern California. It takes quite a lot of data. One of the things that people don't realize about artificial intelligence is called training a model. And you have to put a lot of data towards the model until the model learns how to do the process you're creating it to do. We're not quite there yet. The analogy I use is it's like a puppy. You hold a little tree up, say sit, every now and then the puppy sits, every now and then that puppy runs off and pees on the carpet. That's artificial intelligence and detection of cameras right now. We like using them for, hey, we know we've got a fire there. Do we have a camera that looks in that direction? And we've got it all mapped out where we have cameras and where they look. We plot that fire in real time where we detected it through FireGuard and the MMA program. Yep, that dot's in the view shed of the camera. We call up that camera and we're looking at that fire remotely in an instant before fire crews arrive, etc. Do we see smoke? What size is it? Those kinds of things. Very effective in that method, but the false positives in this auto detector so much. Our friends at CAL FIRE have moved away from dispatching resources based on detection cameras alone. They use them in that kind of after access or size up process remotely. I think someday we will get into auto detect through cameras, but we're a little ways out. Okay, so one last section within my organization, it's the aviation section. We're working on the fusion of that information on TAC into an aviation cockpit. We call it ATAC cockpit. So you saw the video where the MMA camera is looking around. That's a real-time video feed of those dots. We're looking at how do we cue that? It's called helmet mounted cueing. I don't know if you know about the F-35 for the Air Force, etc., but the fancy helmet they get to wear. We're doing kind of the same thing, not quite as fancy or nearly as expensive. But basically, the pilot is provided that information on that small piece of glass in front of their eye, and when something of a spatial nature comes into their necessity, their need, right? I.e., hey, we're in trouble, come get us, etc. Again, my phone's creating a position, it's broadcasting to the network, and I look over to the right, I'm the pilot, I just heard from my firefighter, I need to go get them right now, and I'm like, where are they at? I scan across, and as that piece of glass crosses the location that they're in, I see the blue dot, I turn my head, I turn my aircraft, and we fly right to them. I'm very interested in that. The military does that every day in targeting. We want to do the same thing. The other thing we want to do is we have a laser rangefinder right now that Bluetooths into the phone. We can laser target now on the fire sticks, just like you've heard of in the sci-fi movies and in the military. We can put a dot on the ground. It shows up on the map. It shows up in the cockpit, and that tanker, that helicopter, whatever, is flying right to that dot, provides it a retardant in the water, etc. Or maybe that dot is, hey, come get me at that spot needed and rescue. So we're very interested in that. One more thing I'll talk about, and then we'll have a couple minutes for questions, is synthetic aperture radar. It's that out there next sensor, we think, for the MMA program. Right now, the MMA program has another limitation. Limitations a lot. They're awesome, we love them, but they're not like the go-to everything, the magic wand. Synthetic aperture radar is a system. It basically does a radar scan of the ground, and we think it may be sensitive enough that we can actually see what has burnt and what hasn't burnt, and by doing that, detect the perimeter of the fire. Right now, we do a lot of perimeter mapping with the MMA, with the infrared camera. Infrared can't see through windows. You should know that. It makes me feel better that night. And it can't see through clouds. And so when a fire has a cloud cover, the MMA program, if they can't get underneath the cloud cover or unaffected, we think that potentially synthetic aperture radar can see through the clouds and kind of continue the mission of the MMA program in those situations. So a lot of exciting stuff. Again, a fantastic team. I will tell you, and I don't want to toot our own horn, we know the environment, we know the network, we know the community that we work in across the country. And you are blessed to be in a state that is very forward-looking,
continues to fund that forward-looking activity, is funding resources for this early detection and rapid initial attack mission. And we're in a very good place, and I'd argue probably one of the best places in the union. So thank you very much. If you guys have questions, we can do that. Over there.
How cool is that? Well, Michael's walking around with the camera. Michael's walking around with the microphone.
Hello, hello. Great. You guys are doing some really exciting things. I'm so glad to see what you're doing these days. But the question that I have is, I know you have to communicate somehow, and our cell networks are not built up to the point that you can't. Do you use satellites, or is there another technology that lets you communicate all these wonderful things?
I love that you asked that question. It's one of the things I chose not to present because I only had a certain amount of time. I could go all day about what I think of space-based communication. That's my personal next thing. So I started in unmanned systems way back before anybody knew what a drone was. I locally here in Basic County, our drones are now in museums. That's my next thing is space-based communication. We're working with Starlink, which is a SpaceX company and project. I do think within the next few years and really within the next couple of generations of cell phones, they will be communicating with satellite-based networks. No longer do we reach out to cell towers really in Western Colorado, the lack thereof, and poor connectivity. So when we can see space with a phone and there is a satellite out there to receive that signal that is connected to the internet, connection is a big deal. In Grand County, we're working with a group looking at creating what's called the Forest Tech Center. And really their play is to create this connected space that would allow us to test things like this, where I don't have to go figure out connectivity when our guys go to the field to do some tests. They expect and have connectivity in that space. The byproduct of that is they can also, that group can invite industry to that space to test their products. I will tell you that's a big value to me. Industry contacts us all the time, and we just don't have the bandwidth to help everybody with their prototype. The other piece to that is as they figure out connectivity in that space, they figure out the ways to create connectivity and drive things like FirstNet, satellite connectivity, etc. forward. That's a big thing. Everything I spoke of today has a connectivity it's dependent on connectivity. I think satellites is the next place.
Well, my name is Link Jeffries. Last year, we had a presentation on firefighting helicopters.
Is the Sikorsky fire cop?
Oh, right.
What?
Yes. No.
We have Lockheed Martin in the room.
Hasn't been used, and it is working.
So again, this isn't my lane. I'll caveat that with this. If you'd like more detailed information, I can put you in touch with my peer section chief that's in charge of our ops program, Ron Jones. But what I can tell you is, in the recent legislation, it advanced. It made our current contracts for aviation longer. So from like 120 days to 240 days, it gets back to there is no such thing as a fire season. It's all year. I think this calendar year, our first fire was in February. So those contracts, we have single engineer tankers and a couple of helicopters were brought in from 120-day contracts to 240-day contracts. And then this year, it's specifically contracted for a Type 1 aircraft, which is a Black Hawk. So we got that contract on board. That was exclusive use. That helicopter sitting in Rifle today on a severity positioning process that we do because of the higher fire danger and weather we're currently having on this side of the state. But it also purchased an S-70 from Sikorsky Lockheed Martin that is a fire build specific helicopter. It's a 1,000-gallon tank, which is called a Fire Hawk. So it's a Black Hawk that you've seen in all the movies. It's a brand new aircraft. We'll own it, still lease it. And it's made for the firefighting world, that mission, instead of just carrying things on a hoist, we'll be able to do rescues, etc. Specific timeframe on that, I don't have specific details, but it is not yet in the United States. It'll go from Poland, where it's built, to Texas, where it'll get painted, to Centennial Airport, Inglewood, Colorado, where it will become what's a Firehawk. So all the other stuff that a Black Hawk needs to be a Firehawk, the tank, etc. Specific avionics, the hoist. I'm not entirely sure But I think we're looking at, I want to say spring of 2022 potentially before that's finished. So right now, I was at the first meeting of the Firehawk program project, where we're going to go. And man, there are a lot of things that it takes, and any one of those little things not being available slows the whole project down. So that's a very challenging thing to bring that on board. We
Yeah.
have an expert in the room.
I'll talk to the timeline just a little bit. So the delivery from paint to UR is spring next year, and then it'll take a few months in there to outfit it to become the Firehawk. So we're looking at late fire season next year for the delivery of the state Firehawk.
So, the technology app that pinpoints the truck stuff, is that available for like, we have and years down, they haven't asked for come through, and the only reason our having us, because we haven't known. So is that technology available for people that live in the mountains where, you know, they can put some type of radar that you guys can say, oh, look, there's a house, there's a house.
Her question was, could we use some of our tracking technology to locate homes, et cetera, in the movie? The straight answer is yes. However, I think application of that specific technology, because it's this real-time component where things are moving, might not be a good application in that sense. But what I would say, and this is more me putting on the old Mason County Sheriff's Office hat, is with your county GIS, make sure that they're aware of your location, your values, et cetera. Sometimes what we see are outdated satellite imageries, and so we bring a map to the incident, and we just see on the map trees, but that photo is 5 years old, and since you put a house there. So one of the things is to make sure that your imagery is updated with your local GIS department within your county, et cetera. But yeah, those we do have satellite trackers. That's a small device that will send a small signal every 30 seconds to space and gives us your GPS position. There's commercial grade systems. It's companies like Spot. You can hit the button that says I'm okay. You can hit the button that says, you know what, family member, come get me, or you can hit the button that says send point collect. So very valuable. I gotta say, it's the most questions I've had on a presentation in some time. I love it.
So thank you. This is Merritt Linky, Club Planning Board Chair, Grand County Commissioner. Thanks for the mention of the project that you guys are doing in Grand County. Todd Spain, who works with you, says hi, and he's also a Club Planning member.
You
And
love
him.
20
Yes. Yes, so thank you. So I have a question. Can this technology be used to track wolves? Just.
And what can you do with that?
That's not fair question.
That's right.
My she is, I don't know if you have any influence over this or not, but Grand County has 2 airports that would be really well suited to base the Firehawk because everything is downhill from there.
I'll take that a little bit tongue in cheek. I won't honestly speak, but I will say this. As much as in the future you'll hear of where this Firehawk should live, where researchers should live, et cetera. The one thing I will say, and this is the first season we've really done this deliberately, is we do kind of fire severity resource positioning. That's a little different from the way we've done it in the past. We constantly, nearly every day, looking at fire risk throughout the state. And we will move resources to the areas so that they're as close as possible to our predictions. So while maybe the Firehawk doesn't end up in your community, our goal as we build out this resource capability is that as we predict the fire risk within a given district, we're moving stuff constantly around the state to answer those predictions.
So Merritt, making a pitch for Grand County kind of made me think of something else. So, no, the next time Grand Junction or the regional airport has an air show, is there any chance of getting that a helicopter on the air show so people could see it, or is that dangerous?
No, the last time we had an air show in Grand Junction, our elevator craft was here, for people to crawl through, and I can't imagine we would do the same thing. As long as stuff's not on fire.
And then we have a mutual friend that's on the air show board.
Oh, thanks.
Cameron.
Yes. Oh, just having- yeah, I can put in a good word. It's a beautiful aircraft. Just a side comment. So to put a 1,000-gallon tank under a Blackhawk, you literally have to put new landing gear taller on it. I mean, I don't know if you've seen a Blackhawk. The bottom of the normal helicopter is about like this. And the landing gear is this tall. When I walked in and I saw CAL FIREs that are in their facility in Inglewood, Colorado right now, I joked and asked them if they got their landing gear from Skyjacker and if we could get 35-inch mud tires on it. But yeah, it's a fascinating aircraft just to see, let alone, crawl through something.
Let's get that under your show. Yep, cool. Yep.
I just want to say thanks to you guys for staying. I know last on the list is always challenging, especially on a Saturday. Thanks for your time. Thanks for listening to me. And again, if you have any more questions or other fire-related questions, I can put you in touch with experts. Please don't hesitate to catch me this time.
All right, how fascinating is all of that technology, right? Very, very exciting, and if it protects lives and property in our watersheds, then we're all for it. I just want to take a moment to thank our sponsors one last time. We couldn't do these events without our sponsors. They've been so generous throughout the pandemic. Can we please give them one last round of applause? I want to remind you that we have bumped up our county caucuses where we elect board members, because I'm going on a cruise. Woo! That's 10 lines when I come back. So look for that. We start our county caucuses next week. So check the Club 20 website to see if your county is convening next week. It's going to happen by Zoom this year. So hopefully that increases attendance and gets more people involved. But this is so critical to elect board members to oversee Club 20. So please participate in those. Please let your fellow members know and look for that date. So with that, please travel home safely, and thank you all for being here.